side. Still there. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right. Fast flat for you. You got it, slow car on the right. You got it, slow car on the right. Go left. Fastest lap, 44.8. Pit boxing, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, right here. Okay, here comes your first time lap. One more lap. Checkered flag, checkered flag. One to go, next time by, line up on the left side. Pit road is closed. Jetstar 10, sharp. Jetstar 20, sharp. Jetstar 50, sharp. Jetstar 12, sharp. top 10. The leader's pitting now. The car in front is pitting. You're in 4th position. The leader's pitting now. The leader's pitting now. Car behind you, pitting. Pit boxing, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, right here. Okay, you are the leader. to the right. Clear on the left.
It's the one thing he does not have in his armoury of trophies. Next up, Sebastian Buemi leads off the number 8 Toyota, and it's Robert Kubica in the AF Corsa, the number 83, the yellow Ferrari, the independent entry there outside of the factory cars, one of which you're riding on board with at the moment. So then afterwards we have the ever-capable Eduardo Mortara. He is next to Neil Yarni, and then completing row number 8, Nico Muller, is next to René Rast in the BMW, run by WRT.
Row 9 has the 38 Hertz Team Joe to the second car. That is Jensen Button's car. Watch out for the 38 car. What's 3-1-1? Whelan Cadillac was written off at lap 1 last year. They're back for another go at Le Mans in the Action Express machine. The third of the Porsches, the car that doesn't run in the World Endurance Championship, down in 19th position with Felipe Nasr starting that car. Paul di Resta starts the 94 Peugeot with Andre Caldarelli in the 19 Lamborghini alongside the Isotta Fraschini. Jean-Carl Venet, the only pro driver in that lineup, starts that car. And then the 21 winner, the 2021 winner, Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7, after crashing and causing a red flagging in qualifying, will start at the back of the hypercar field.
So we check in with the hypercar class then. LMP2 find themselves headed by the very distinctive livery, the AO by TF. That's the number 14, that's the purple car that you can see 24 cars back. And it's the 28 IDEC. Then we have, we can see out on the circuit as well, 65 British Racing entry, the 23 United Autosports, then it's the 22 United Autosports car, piloted at the start by Oliver Jarvis. Cool Racing's 37 is next, the 33 DKR Engineering is next on the 16th row of the field to Patrick Pilet, who leads off the line for Vector Sport in the number 10.
AF Corsas 183, Ben Barnacote starts that car. Fabio Schirra in the 33, then Vladimir Lomko in the 34, the winners last year for Interpol competition, Proton Ben Viscal, and then the rest of the LMP2 field. We're going to have a chance to get down to the GT3 cars because the cars are coming through the karting curve and making their way towards the Ford chicane. They'll get themselves
all hypercars to grid formation. LMP2s start preparing the grid formation. All gaps to be closed. All gaps within the categories to be closed. LMGT3s, there are big gaps between you. LMGT3s at the front, assume formation. LMGT3s at the front, assume formation.
Roger Penske was on the pole position in 1963, driving at this racetrack. Now as a team owner, the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 car leads the field round. We're getting close to 4 o'clock local time. We've got 2 Frenchmen on the front row. That Cadillac has soft tyres as well, expected to be fast as we go green here at Le Mans for the 92nd running of the Le Mans 24 hours. A very, very neat start as they come towards turn 1, but Kevin Estro has already slotted ahead of the Cadillac and blocking his path. The Ferrari's going side by side for 3rd position. But as we get into the more twisty stuff, expect that Cadillac, that yellow machine, to get up to speed. It takes about 2 laps for the medium tyres to get up to speed. They're on the Porsche, they're on the Ferraris as well. But we do know that the Cadillac has soft tyres for this opening stint. We don't know about anything behind. It's been a good start for the number 15 BMW of Marco Wittmann, nice and attacking. Further back, a little lock up at the back of the hypercar field. We've got to get used to different colours as well from Proton competition. as we go on board with Nico Muller in the Peugeot, right in the thick of things.
On board as we go on to the Mulsanne Straight for the first time. Immediately out on the attack. It's the number 6 Porsche that leads, but it was the number 50 Ferrari that was immediately on the attack. First past its sister car, then past the Cadillac. The number 3 had no response, even though it had a compound advantage. We go on board with Lapierre, who's trying to fend off one of the Peugeot entries as they continue to be side by side as they make their way out of the first chicane. Alex Brundle joins us on a frenetic first lap.
Absolutely frenetic first lap. Was there a tiny bit of contact between the Ferrari and the leading Cadillac down towards turn 1, on board momentarily with Durrani still trying to make his way through the field, and it's side by side for the 2 Hertz Team Jota entries. That's a rocket start for the 38 that's made its way all the way up through the field there, side by side with a teammate car, started inside the top 10. It's still though the Porsche Penske Motorsport of Laurens van Thor, who's being pursued by the AF Corsa Ferrari at this stage.
Kevin Estre with the pole position lap, giving Laurens van Thor the opportunity to start this race. Van Thor's brother Dries also part of this race in the BMW, and there's a lot of sorting out further back in the hypercar field. At the front of shot, that's the Proton Competition Porsche with the yellow wing mirrors. It harks back so much to the Group C days, that car, with that livery. On board with Felipe Nasr, tucked underneath the rear wing of the Jota Hertz-sponsored Porsche. And side by side, is that a change for the lead of the race? Yes, it is. Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 takes the lead.
Nicholas Nielsen not hanging around at all, fighting his way to the front, started 4th in the official order, past the 3 cars that now watch him disappear, and he has got on with it. And we've had 2 leaders on the opening lap immediately. We wondered whether we would see Sebastian Bourdais, the Le Mans-born lad, take the lead at the start. It's the Ferrari that didn't take the victory last year that hits the front. Nicholas Nielsen leads.
Ferrari picking up as they lift off though in the centenary edition of the 24 Hours Le Mans, but it's the 50 that leads in the early stages rather than the 51 that sits back in 4th place at the moment. And just battling at this stage, you've got to be so careful through this phase of the race. All these moves are fine, all this jostling for position is fine, but one piece of these delicate aerodynamic parts knocked off could mean a pit stop, and you're going to lose more than just one position on the road. You're going to lose a minute more to the cars that you're alongside and around as they come back around then. 23 hours and 56 minutes remain on the clock as we cross the stripe for the first time at 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024.
Be intrigued to see as we come across the line on the second tour. But remember, we're going to go well beyond 300 if all goes to plan in the next 24 hours. Keep an eye on Alex Lynn, looking really aggressive on this lap, trying to get past the BMW of Marco Beckman. We're looking back to the LMP2s, and the pole sitter has held the lead, still continuing out there. Louis Delatraz out front.
Louis Delatraz in spike the Dragon, the AO, the TF Sports pole-sitting car, and it's been a good start for Louis Delatraz, who leads the field through. A decent break back from the hypercar field as the GTs funnel through, and it is still the Inception racing car, the McLaren works driver, Schandorf, maintaining the lead. Got a battle though, 51 under pressure from the leading Cadillac. That's the number 3 car, Sebastian Bourdais on board.
So a move for 3rd position then, and taken nicely. Antonio Giovinazzi doesn't want to let his teammate get too far away. Both Ferraris on the front foot at the start of this one.
Let's not get too carried away though. This is a marathon and not a sprint. And every single car in the hypercar field in 2023 came into some kind of malady, whether it was a spin and a tow out of the gravel, whether it was an issue with the car. Porsche was so unlucky last year with so many reliability issues, and so whilst they sort themselves out, I actually thought for Le Mans that was quite a neat start. From all 3 categories, they kind of had to sort themselves out at the back of the hypercar field. Oh, and that's a bit of a late move from the 19 Lamborghini. There's some fiery Italians in the 2 lineups of the 2 Lamborghinis that we've got run by Iron Lynx, and Andrea Caldarelli getting his 1 hour sprint racing hat on there and looking for a dive down the inside. There was no gap. Lamborghini have never been in the top class at Le Mans.
Great lap. Just keep doing them like that. Nicely done.
Well, they've got one more lap over where they were last year after Jack Aitken crashing that car.
Don't say it. Don't remind them.
They passed them. They passed the point. It's okay.
Yeah, but Arnie just being told he's doing green laps. Everybody's doing green laps, of course, out there on the racetrack as they continue to improve in the early stages. This is the Inter-Europol competition entry, the number 34 car under pressure in the mid-pack of LMP2. We've got the first car then running slowly, the 47 LMP2 entry. That's the Cool Racing car, driven at the moment by Matt Bell, the Yorkshireman, running into trouble in the early stages. 50 Ferrari still leads, but that 6 Porsche very much has the pace here. They're just jockeying for position, deciding where they want to run as we start to settle then into this first stint.
That is an absolutely filthy windscreen. We saw a few cars with windscreen issues in practice, but Charles Malaysia, it's not raining out there, but he would need some wet water on the windscreen to clear it off if he's going to be able to try and see for a 45-minute stint that these cars are expected to do. 11 to 12 laps, especially in these early runnings, we might see it change a little bit, but that's not nice for the rest of, what is he? He's got another 40 minutes to go yet.
Yeah, it must have been left over from qualifying. They do have multiple tear-offs that they take off through the race. You're always asked desperately by the team to ration them and not beg for them over the radio, as the drivers do so much, especially if somebody's been off in front of them in the early stages. But an absolutely filthy screen for Milesi. They'll have to get that off before they go into nighttime conditions. On board then, Maxime Martin, the 46 WRT BMW, the car that will have Valentino Rossi on board throughout this race. Looking how things look then in the mid-pack of the GT field for Maxime Martin, a staple of GT fields all over the world, world-class GT driver of great experience and great years. Maxime Martin starting Le Mans for one of his many opportunities to do so throughout his career, this time behind the wheel of that illustrious WRT BMW entry.
Got a pit visitor already, Lauren Hoare in the DKR Engineering LMP2 Pro-Am machine heading to the pits. I think he may have made it to the pits before the 47 Cool Racing car that we saw running slowly out on circuit. Cool Racing, that car, that 47 car actually, with contact in warm-up, would you believe? So maybe a hangover from that. You should have had enough time to check any issues, but Matt Bell crawling back to the pits, and that's 2 LMP2 cars already falling by the wayside. It was felt that it was going to be a war of attrition in LMP2. Last year we lost 22 cars from the 62 car field, and it's felt that it could be very, very similar this year as well.
So often is a war of attrition here at Le Mans. They've been talking about it. We're expecting a little bit of weather throughout the race here, a little bit of a dump of rain around 6 p.m. and then another one around 4 a.m. are what the tyre manufacturers who get the information first are telling me throughout this race so far, underneath 75%.
Copy that, Alex. Copy that. Currently P7.
And still struggling a lot at this stage. Alex Lynn in that number 2 Cadillac, Chip Ganassi racing car sitting in P8, letting the team know what's going on with the car.
Lynn's not got great visibility either. I wonder whether a Toyota further up the road has been spraying something, an overfill perhaps, because you would make sure everything is brimmed in terms of fluids, and it seems as though it's covered a couple of cars behind.
Looking further back, and he's had another position lost for Alex Lynn, so he's lost a couple of places since we last saw. We now ride on board with him. First the Toyota got by, Sebastian Blamey. Now Charles Malaysia's got by for Alpine, so not a good couple of minutes for the driver who was on the attack on the opening lap. But as we settle into the race stint, things not going to plan at the moment. But someone, you're right, Ben, spraying oil all over. The 47 that we saw touring very slowly has finally made it back.
So I did just see Charles Malaysia try to use the wiper system on that Alpine and really struggle. Cars then dropping back through the GT field there, but Malaysia's still struggling. He's obviously been behind someone who's either been off or has been dropping fluid. We've got the Toyota number 8 under investigation for overtaking beyond track limits. That's Marshall Post 3, so that's the first chicane of the lap. So Sebastian Buemi then being under investigation incredibly early in the race here. Car sitting at 7th position in the 24 Hours of Le Mans at the moment.
Let's check in with the top 3 at the moment. It's the 50 Ferrari from the 6.
Free to create again, start to change all bars, maybe softer rear or stiffer front.
The 50 Ferrari still chasing setup ahead of the 6 Porsche, 51 Ferrari, and then the number 3 Cadillac in 4th position. The 83 Ferrari up there in 5th position, Kubica attacking. Into the GT field, running quite similar lap times to what we saw from GTE in the last 10 odd years or so, but they are really locked together as one big group of cars. When the hypercars get up to these cars in a couple of laps time, it's going to be really tricky to get through them.
Generally takes about 4 or 5 laps for hypercars to make their way around and catch the back of the GT field. Stints throughout previous years have been about 12 laps for a hypercar, 15 laps for LMGT3 machinery. We'll see how it plays out. Of course, this early stint of the race, as we look at this battle, 51 Ferrari making the move then down the inside of that second chicane.
Let's go forward with brake balance. You can go forward with brake balance.
Next time they come past the camera, it sounded like something was flapping as they came down the Mulsanne straight that last time. It might have just been the wash as they sit in each other's slipstreams.
Trying to respond, this is the battle for second on the road. Antonio Giovinazzi has made it a Ferrari 1-2 in the early stages of the 92nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And the number 6 car that started on pole slips down to 3rd position. Ferrari exactly where they want to be. Just a daft amount of time still to go, but they will be delighted to be 1st and 2nd. The 50 leads the 51.
All calm at Ferrari. This is a relatively quick pace, by the way, guys. Leading stints throughout previous years.
Copy that, copy that.
Happy Motorani. The complaining begins with regards to the top speed they have at this stage. But yeah, this is a relatively quick stint, especially for the front runners. Fastest stints throughout last year's race, I know we had mixed conditions and difficult moments, were at an average lap of around 3:27. We're putting 29s here with the understanding that the track will be ever improving throughout the race. So they're really taking off at the front of the field.
Considering that fact, this track is greener. There's no rubber down after the rain that we had last night and then again this morning. There's only been a 50-minute warm-up session with these tyres on the circuit, and so it's remarkable, really.
Yeah, it really is remarkable, the pace at this stage. We had a little bit of rain overnight and then a little bit of rain with close proximity to the start of the racetrack, of course, completely dry now. But the track's been a little bit slow throughout the week so far, around a second off where it was last year because of that rain, and also because of the big headwind down the Mulsanne straight, which of course relates to so much of the flat-out running they have around the circuit here, and that's a shame to see. Then Matt Bell gets out of that Cool Racing number 47 car. That's either going to be a long repair for them, or could well be our first DNF from the race this year.
We do have Jethro Bovington, Leslie Boutrell and Longy in it, trying to gather up as much information and interviews as possible, so we'll get a chance to find out exactly what's going on down at Cool Racing, a team from Annecy-le-Vieux in the east of France, the beautiful Lake Annecy, part owned by Nico Lapierre, who at the moment is in his 36 Alpine. He's a works driver for Alpine, but also a team principal at Cool Racing. Double bubble for the last couple of years, and he'll be unhappy to hear that one of his cars potentially has already retired with just over 15 minutes of running.
Yeah, they'll do their absolute best to get it back out there, of course. You never know what can happen. We're going to have weather through the night. We're going to have safety cars. A new and interesting safety car regulation here. We'll be pulling the field back together, the merge set of regulations, which I think we'll cover off when we get our first safety car period, because it's pretty hard to imagine until it's all happening in front of you. but there are opportunities to move back towards the leader of your particular class, or indeed the leader of the race overall, throughout those safety car periods. So all not lost, but if you go multiple laps down, you're still in big trouble.
We saw that Lawrence Hall brought the car, the DK Engineering 33 LMP2 car, into the pits. He went back out again pretty quickly. It was just a 1-minute pit stop, suggesting that was a puncture on his LMP2 car. LMP2, by the way, all exactly the same Orica chassis and Gibson V8 engine. The car is effectively a one-make formula, which I feel very comfortable in this environment with. LMP2, only the differentiation between the driver ratings in two different classes, LMP2 Pro-Am and then the pure LMP2 class. And as we go through the race, that will play out. At the moment, you'll have your best drivers in there, and in fact, in positions 1 and 2 for LMP2, we have Pro-Am cars because the pros in that car is likely to change.
Similar pace to the Ferrari ahead on softs, so good job. I think the two fastest soft cars at the moment.
Well, we think the Ferraris are on mediums from what we saw on the grid and the shots that we saw on the grid. You can now see, as the cars are running, what tyres they're on, if we get a decent enough shot. Yellow sidewalls for a medium, white sidewalls for a soft tyre, and we are expecting to see both of those being used depending on the ambient and the track temperatures.
Yeah, Ferrari have tended to use a harder compounder tyre than the rest of the field in general, or trended harder at least, throughout the years so far in the World Endurance Championship. Their car switches the tyre on potentially a little bit better, but then works the tyre compound harder. And so they've been running the medium compound when others have been on the soft and so on. There are actually...
Pit boxing, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, right here. That's it, go. go. 3, 2, 1. Right here. All the damage is repairable. That's it, go. They're showing us the black flag. Too fast on pit road. They're going to hold you for a while. Boxing 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, right here. side. Clear on the right. Left side. Still there. Clear. The leader's bidding now. Car 11 is now leading. Right side, clear. The lead is spinning now. The car behind is pitting. The lead is spinning now. You got a slow car on the left. Right side, clear. Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course. Got wheel damage. Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course. We can't fix the damage. You'll still have major wheel damage. showing us the black flag. They caught it speeding on pit road. They're going to hold you for a while. Come in for the black flag, or you'll be disqualified. Pit boxing 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
James entry, putting the pressure on as they try to contend with their place in the race. You've got the BMW coming through.
Very careful in between the second chicane and Arnage. Very careful.
So the dampest place, I guess, left on the track now is down towards Arnage, and going back to the leaders, with only 2 tenths apart between them, but both being effectively Ferrari, although be it one privateer and one factory team. These guys can work together here, only overtake each other in safe places, use each other as a slipstream when they can. Yes, everyone's fighting for themselves. I know you're giving me that look, Lena, that is what everyone is totally in it for themselves, but you have a little bit more trust in your teammate or co-car than you would do if you were battling between a P2 lead that was in front of you and being able to do that dive bomb or not. They have a little bit of breathing space. 25 seconds sounds like a lot in a sprint race, but with 21 or 22 hours, 21 hours and 59 minutes to go, that is still a decent gap for now.
That's Ollie Webb talking to Lena Gade, and they're going to be joined. What a treat for you all watching at home. Please welcome back to Eurosport Ben Edwards, who's going to be on this mic in a few seconds' time. Lena, first to you.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, the first sort of 6 cars there, they all stayed out on those slick tyres, and the gap basically between them and everybody that came in to change is around about an extra minute. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out, because everyone's just going to wait until they actually get to the point where they actually need to stop, take fuel, change tyres, potentially change driver as well.
Well, it's great to be with you guys here. Ben Edwards joining the team and enjoying the first part of this race. It's been fascinating, and of course with weather coming in as it has been and changing things, how bright it's got out there now. We had that heavy rain earlier and so many cars did come in on wets, but those that have stayed out on slicks, as you say, have really benefited from it. And it's fascinating to see Hertz Team Jota jumping back up. Ollie, we were talking earlier about the fact that they dropped a load of places at the start of the race, but now they're running in 3rd position with that car.
I think they're the biggest gainers of everyone, and without us even really, or at least myself, noticing when I'm looking at the timing screen, for them to end up where they are now and not a pit stop out, we're not at that stage where we're seeing these weird overlaps. Yeah, they've been the biggest gainers out of this, and their pace is consistent with those of the leaders.
And I think as we look at it, it's going to be making changes all the way down the line, so it's fun to see. Ferrari AF Corse are currently leading from the other Ferrari, 1-2 for Ferrari, with the Porsches in 3rd and 4th place at this stage.
There is another shower expected in 25 minutes, Loic.
So the action going on, a lot of thinking going on right now. And Lena, when you've got, as you are a race engineer, and you've got to work all this out, you've got to decide whether you've made the right decision. Of course, some teams will now feel, oh, we made a mistake, but it's still so early in this race, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I think the way to look at this is you need to keep your car on track at this stage. So if you think or you feel from the driver comments that are coming back that you need to switch to a wet, you switch to a wet. You keep the car on the track. You take caution at this stage. A bit later on in the race, you probably wouldn't do that. Now, what's interesting about the cars that stayed out, they potentially had the confidence in their decision to know that they were going to be okay. They were very, very certain about the weather, that it wasn't going to start raining any heavier, and so they've kind of paid dividends for that. This gap is quite useful, especially if you're about to go under a full course yellow situation or something like that. You know, you can hold on to that. So
double yellows at Indianapolis.
Okay, we've been told there's double yellows at the Indianapolis corner. No, you're absolutely right, though. I totally understand what you're saying. Still so early, but we are expecting more rain later at some point, aren't we?
We are. I'm trying to think back to 2014 when Audi last won here. We had a massive deluge of rain, and it was all down the Mulsanne Straight into sort of from the first chicane onwards. There was a huge accident. Now, we went onto wet tyres a little bit later than we potentially should have, and that half cost us because we lost a bit of bodywork, which was downforce, and that was performance, and it was a very, very long time before we could repair that. You know, it was close towards the end of the race, so there's gambles there.
I can imagine. That's all part and parcel of racing at Le Mans for 24 hours. Ollie, we gather there was a yellow flag. I think it's been cleared already, so whatever's been going on at Indianapolis hasn't caused too many problems. It's amazing how close this battle between 2 Ferraris, one is official works Ferrari, the red one, and then you've got this, they kind of call it privateer Ferrari, but it's run by a version of the same team, and they've been running very closely for a number of laps now, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's it has this little bit of an accordion effect which you get in Le Mans with traffic. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky, but over a 24-hour period, it tends to even out. As we just listen in here to Nielsen.
Confirm, box this lap, confirm.
So that
the
is...
track's tricky in some places. We need to pick up the compound, soft or medium.
Oh no, medium, mate. Medium is fine.
So confirmation from Nielsen there that the track is fine. So that would inherently mean that all of those wet patches are now gone. The leader's coming in and would like to go on to mediums, as there we see the Hertz Team Jota number 12 that had climbed its way up to third, now back down to fifth, naturally because it is in the pits. And let's see if this is just fuel or fuel and tyres.
What we're seeing now, I think, as you say, is those that stayed out on slicks, they are getting to that point where they need to refuel. So they're coming in for their third stops now, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking to see who's on what tyres. And interestingly enough, the number 51 car, after changing from wets, has gone back out on new medium tyres. A lot of cars are out there on new softs, so it's interesting to see that the choice the 83 is about to make could well be another set of mediums. So bit of a split.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Well, we'll see how it goes. But so far, it's fun to watch Robert Kubica still chasing down the race leader in the other Ferrari, the number 50 car. The battle in the hypercars continues then with two Ferraris up front, the official works Ferrari, of course, and then the semi-privateer.
2 laps to go, 50 is informed to full push.
Yeah, 2 laps to go to the next pit stop, that's what they're talking about. And we're looking at what tyres they're going to be using when they get back out there.
So yeah, we were talking just before the break there about the difference between the privateer Ferrari and the works Ferrari, but they are inherently, you know, there's a lot of crossover there. And as we just heard then on the radio, his engineer to Kubica basically informing him what the other car in front is doing. So apart from all the advanced information we have on all of our screens these days, the app and everything else that we can see, they will also have a communication between them. And I'm sure they'll be sharing what the best strategy is, because yes, they all want to fight for themselves, but the idea is, hey, let's get all of us up to the front and then let's figure it out in the last 6 hours and we can start fighting between ourselves.
6 hours?
1 hour? 12 hours? 24?
I agree, though. No, and it's a very connected team. They do kind of try and run them separately, but it's AF Corsa at the end of the day that are running these cars, so they're very, very connected, as you say. Now we are expecting them not straight in just yet, but soon they will be coming into the pits, and we'll see how that works. Meanwhile, of course, we've still got the other battles going on in the classes in LMP2 at the moment. Vladislav Alomko is leading into Europol. That's tricky when your mirror's dangling.
Yeah, so the 50 pits, and hopefully that can be the guy who does the... So you've got 4 people who will do the pit stop, radio for a 50 hit.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Just leave the wind.
Yeah, mate, we're going to box. We think the soft is a safer choice for the weather that is upcoming. We will put Antonio with the soft. We think it's a safer choice.
Yeah, are they going to be able to reattach that, do you think?
So looking at the bracket, that actually looks like it's sheared. I thought that was a clip, but the vibrations here from the curbs at Le Mans, especially on the exit curbs, are very, very vicious, and the high frequency that you get from a street circuit versus a smooth asphalt. A nice little pat on the bum there as the teammate gets in, getting ready to go between teammates, getting a bit G'd up before he goes out. But yeah, so it looks like overruling from the engineers of the number 50 Ferrari. A huge crash. Is that the Vista Ferrari floor car who just got a penalty earlier as well, and that is in the Dunlop chicane, isn't it? So double yellow at MP3, and it more than likely there has come through Dunlop curve, got wide, there we go, on the brakes with too much right-hand lock on. That unsettles the car, the weight goes on the rear left, and unfortunately there you've got brick wall and then into the side of the tyre barrier.
Oh my goodness, that's a big hit, isn't it, as well? And very unfortunate indeed. That is, as you say, for the number 54 Vista AF Corsa. That's Thomas Floor who's in that car at the moment, and that has gone wrong. So we're back to yellow flags out on track at the moment.
So it's a common place to crash there, so especially for the GT cars, because they are loaded and softer for longer. So you can go through that corner, unless you have time to progressively lift off the throttle, straighten the wheel.
Team at the tournament Spain, so the delivery has to be absolutely spot on, but Luis de la Fuente is going to be really pleased with the way his team have started here. Have been the dominant force
A left full back in his playing day, twice a Spanish champion with Athletic Bilbao. Also played for Sevilla and Alaves. And a 16-year professional career.
It was a tiny bit of a gamble, wasn't it? People saw it wasn't a sexy appointment, if you know, in terms of big name from the past. Promoted from within, good success at youth level. Slow start as well. But then now they have momentum, and that can be vital.
Kovacic. Ruiz came up with the ball. Rodri. Nacho. Ruiz searching out Williams, and again Livakovic has measured things correctly. Williams of Athletic Bilbao looking to feed off the ball from Fabian Ruiz. Didn't get a kick at the last World Cup, but was involved off the bench 3 times in the last European Championship finals. One for Ruiz, and turning is Pedri. It's pulled away by Kovacic.
Well, they've given the foul away there, Spain, but they are pressing really hard, putting Croatia under enormous pressure when they have the ball. Doesn't really look like an awful lot of contact there. Maybe a bit of experience from Kovacic.
Try to maintain our position.
fucking pity.
That's another slow zone, of course. Oh, and lovely finds it is. Let's have a look at what happened here. Well, we see it after he'd actually lost the back end.
Yes, yeah. We need to see a little bit more of that, but I don't have too much curve, lands, and snaps the other way. Yeah. Surprisingly, snapped a lot.
The leader's winning now.
We've seen it with the GTs, and we've seen it with the coming out the last corner, even on friendly relays last week. Just been a spin if it was somewhere else, but you're going such speed and the so low.
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Marshall's now have to be busy to try and clear the place up. He is managing to drive it, so let's see if he can get it back. We've just seen an
The leader's
very fast-loaded part of the track. It looks like too much curb on the right-hand side, and as it's landed on the left-hand side, the loaded tyre, and gone to turn left, it snapped the other way, and unfortunately that barrier is quite close to the last corner. That is concrete with only 2 layers of tyres.
And he's got puncture, hasn't he? Yeah, and he's trying to get back.
Yeah, and he's got to do a full lap because he was practicing. So
The leader's bidding now. The leader's bidding now. The leader's bidding now.
In a situation like that, he can effectively get the position, cut across the track. This is a no-no. For it. Is the penalty worth the risk? This is a stop and go of 30 seconds or whatever it is to the car.
It's a very hard thing as a driver because
it's still too quick. It's still too quick. In these cars, don't we? We have 80k buttons, 60k buttons, and then you've got your pit lane button, which is we should have a return home button because we have a few cars which would be slower than that, right?
yeah, and the situation something else fails, the amount of damage you then have starts to increase, and that's going to cost you time in the pits. So it's really important that he needs to be able to get it back with the minimal amount of damage now on top of what he's got.
And this is the most painful lap you'll ever do in your career when you're going through Le Mans, and when you've done it before the start line, you've got to do more than a lap. It's the worst possible situation.
he's being good about cutting out chicanes and stuff, and then other cars come along.
I think what you were getting at earlier about do you just come into the pits? Calculated risk. I think if it's a small amount of damage,
The leader's bidding now.
we would try and get that lap in, come in, and then do damage you've got in the car. If it's a lot of damage,
Slow car ahead.
maybe.
There's an incident ahead. Just off the head.
It's a race up or not. Right now it doesn't look like it, but of course if the drivers are pulled into the side of the cars, so let's see. It's got drive. It's coming back. The smoke is no longer there because there's no smoke.
In hypercar, trickling back, the other car is right down to the lower end as well. Toyota into the pits, so one of the front-running Toyotas into the pits, the number 8 car, Sebastian Buemi. And also we've got the Team Jota into the pits now, the number 12 car. We've seen right up in that top end of the hypercars. Doing a fantastic job. A race winner already. They are doing a good job despite the accident that took place in the practice session here this week, where the team is working so hard.
Clear on the right.
Toyota number 7 is also in the stage as well. So again, this is a key time for more pit stops.
Yeah, I mean that's pit stops under full force yellow or yellow flag. Extremely advantageous as the number 7 pits that takes advantage of this, because we have a slow zone at more than one location, 1 and 9. You can lose up to a minute or gain up to a minute in these slow zones. So when you're under safety car, then if you pit under there, you can only pit if you're running out of energy / fuel, and then you'll have to rejoin behind the second safety car. So for those of you who are new to Le Mans, there are 3 safety cars. This is a very long track. They come out in different positions. And can only go back onto the track behind the next group. It becomes less worth it if not at all. And that's the key to and slow zones, massively. So many of the hypercars now LMP2 start to pit.
Just coming back out in the number 311 Cadillac, the Whelan Cadillac Racing machine. 5.5 on the aspirated to get there. They're very sound, don't they? Because that engine noise is very different. And what I love about the current hypercar part of sports car racing that you get between these different cars. Tight engine
There's an incident behind.
5.5 on the aspirated V8. 4.6 V8 is going right down to the 2.6 turbo. And yet, somehow, they make them all go to a very similar pace.
Yeah, they've done an unbelievable effort with the replay here of everything that's happened with this beautiful cinematography. earlier on onto the slicks, changing driver. Then sliding in there, nice shade of beige on there. So this is the wheel spin we were talking about. Okay, great, getting some temperature in the tyres there. Wheel spin is what is more important on this
got a
track.
slow car
As
on
we
the
switch
left.
back here to the Toyota and the...
We shall see how this all try and get a bit more in this next stage of the race. And of course, right now we've been watching the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. They've been running well in this race so far. Michael Christensen is currently in second place in the number 5 car, the number 5 Porsche Penske car. That was the one that qualified in 10th, and I gather there's a bit more rain coming already. We're hearing there's some rain in the pit lane, so we could be in for another tricky section, although we do think it's not going to be wet enough to come on to wet tyres. Michael Christensen in second. Let's hear from the driver part of that team, Matt Campbell.
I'm with Matt Campbell. How are you enjoying this busy first hours of the race?
Yeah, certainly a little bit chaotic, to be honest. Obviously some mixed condition there, about a couple of hours in, so it's spicing things up, and some choosing to go to wet tyres, some choosing to stay in slick like us, and obviously it's worked in our favour, so bringing us back to the front is fantastic.
But the battles that we've seen, Ferrari of course looking very strong here.
Yeah, very strong from pretty much the first lap, so we're running towards the front now, obviously in P2 behind there, so going quite well for us. A high chance of rain, expecting in the next sort of 20 minutes or so as well, so I'm sure it's quite simple. A long way to go here. I think we're only about 3 hours in. Anything can happen, and yeah, just lap by lap.
And some more rain expected. This is going to be tricky. What's the plan for you?
So I'll be in next month. I'll be in by the time it gets fully dark, and then heading back over to
Matt Campbell, the 29-year-old Australian, who's won a 24-hour yeah, we just had another look at the number 20 BMW Robin Fines and how it goes on.
Absolutely, and this still gives you a chance of being in this race because you need to get your car back to try and make repairs to it. Hopefully for BMW and the WRT team, they've got everything in hand here, parts prepped, ready to go. You can see all the mechanics on the car looking to see what they need to change, what they need to replace. There's a number of people on that team that I know from my Yoast days, and I know what they're like. They will have got all of that prep done, and so hopefully that car will be back out in bits, ready to go.
Okay, well, we've got another little battle going on here for 5th place at the moment. Black in orange, the Toyota, the other driven by Sebastian Boyd, and then you've got that rather lovely gold livery team, Hertz Team Jota, Philip Hansen in that car at the moment, and he's really closing up on Sebastian Buemi. Buemi, of course, very much a platinum driver.
Just when you are in pole position, go get him, man.
Yeah, that's nice engineering on the top there. What's going on? Sebastian Buemi's under some serious pressure.
When you're in this slipstream here, you gain speed, so you have this air effectively that is being dirty air. The downside of that is that it leaves this nice vacuum of air behind for Jota to stick his nose into and try and gain some line speed as we go to Buemi on the radio. 133 feet. It's looking okay.
job there. The 24-year-old Brit that won the championship some years ago, and now doing a good job in hypercar. Now with Yasser Shahin. Sorry, no, we were showing some other technical stuff. We're riding on board the Peugeot right now. Peugeot. And Peugeots are not running quite as well as they would like. This is Mikkel Jensen. As we can see, a bit further down the list in 15th position. But what we did see last time, wet conditions. So if there's a bit more rain, that might well suit Peugeots. We were talking about this a little bit earlier here. I was asking you actually whether you think you would still be good in the wet, because they've changed a lot about the car. Everything you were saying has changed.
No, so Peugeot took the opportunity to effectively change the design of their car. This year they're now running a rear wing, and they've got different tyre sizes to what they had last year. As I understand it, there's been some quite significant changes on a lot of the bodywork as a result of bringing that new rear wing and these tyres. But effectively, a lot of the remaining design geometry, suspension, that kind of thing stays the same. There's also a year's worth of racing, testing, systems, how they use the hybrid power that they have in the wet. That could all have changed, it could have been optimised. That's not necessarily going to say that they will be still quick in the wet, because everybody else has also moved on too.
Okay, interesting. We've just seen there's a technical infringement for car 88. I suppose that means no actual penalty.
Effectively, yes. Yeah, a bit of a slap on the wrist. You probably can't get away with having 5-10 red cards during a race, but it's the lightest of all of the infraction. So I'm not quite sure. I'm trying to figure out earlier when it came up on the screen. As we see the wheel pedal flashing its lights, letting the car in front know Mikkel Jensen, hey, I'm coming through. But yes, so the car 88, I was trying to figure out what they had actually done, so we'll try and find out what they've done. It was a pit lane in technical infringement. Maybe someone stepped over the line but actually touched the car.
Cadillac at the moment, and he's got a good chance to get past that Peugeot on the head. Peugeots in the wet, but we're very much still in the dry at this stage. More rain perhaps to come at some point. But yeah, Jack Aitken, engineer who gives him good comments over the radio now and then. He's definitely got a decent slipstream. Could be on the attack here. It could be. I mean,
Leader is running 4.818.
Now, if the balance of performance means the Peugeot will be of power from 150 mile an hour upwards, so it did gain quite a lot in balance. Down the inside, it must be so tough in the daylight for these GT cars, let alone what's going to happen at night, inside, outside, in the wet, in the dry, in the dark.
To enjoy. Jack's still trying to make that move if possible, but it's not quite working.
Stay on the right.
Listening.
Still there.
American engineer push. You know, you need
Clear on the left.
He's right there. I think lost a little bit of ground in traffic, but it's definitely the stronger car.
Yeah, let's see whether he can make it work here if possible. He's trying to get past Mikkel Jensen in that Peugeot. And just having a look at a little bit of a comparison. Driving time, how long they've been in the car. Their last pit stop's a much more recent pit stop for Jack Aitken. So he's got fresher tyres, which of course, well, actually, still a close battle between these guys. It shows us about the current hypercar element, the balance of performance which FIA and the World Endurance Championship have put together to try and make them nice and even between different types of cars, very different cars. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. As I mentioned, the Peugeot has a 2.6 litre twin-turbo V6 engine. And you can't really see a huge difference.
You probably won't be able to hear the difference either, because the Cadillac will be making a
so you can offer them, suggest to them in a car that you know so well?
There's always adjustments. Positions,
you've driven with many of them.
So yes, so you've got in the GT3 class that we have now at Le Mans, you have to have a bronze driver in every single car. That wasn't the case in the past. A bronze driver is an amateur driver who has got an international C or above license to be able to race at Le Mans. So he has to have done, or she has to have done enough to generate that license, British GT, GTO, and usually is accompanied by /pro who has seen him throughout that. Now, mentorship is really, really important, and it's great to see the whole category now has this relationship between the bronze driver, the silver and the gold. We saw it with Brendan Riebe getting this incredible, historic first pole for McLaren with Optimum running that car on behalf of Brendan Riebe, and with Ollie Milroy coaching him throughout that lap. News last curve, we're good in this sector, don't push in throughout the lap. Now that is a bronze driver who has won in 4 years from his first day on track, which I was there with Ollie when he did that, in a McLaren. That last that McLaren offer into racing the best endurance race in the world, in a GT3, getting their first ever pole in a McLaren. I mean, it's historic and amazing, and to get all these bronze drivers together, the way he spoke about Ollie Milroy, the way he's helped him move that ladder is even made me emotional about his driving coach. So it is a great thing. So you have this mix of, like you said, bronze, silver,
Absolutely, we're watching another hypercar battle just on screen at the moment. Looking at the battle between Paul-Luc Chatin and Earl Babler. Earl Babler had a big off in the previous race at Spa. But he is a very, very experienced racer.
Distinctly my first ever test in Hackney Court that I had with team. It was their local track at the time. Immediately from the same place in a couple of days quicker. It's fantastic to see that he's in this factory role, and last year in LP2 and being chosen for Alpine, who are doing an incredible job here out there.
He is a gold striker now, he's racing as a gold, but he's up against our champions who are right behind him. For example, there's a platinum in Earl Babler, with all the experience and talent that he has. 5.024. George titled himself back in 2017 as one system with this balance of performance. I do feel that the manufacturers have been able to give a lot to this front end as well. It's very distinctive. It's BMW. It's quite unique. Whether it looks like a Mojo car, we know, but it is very unique. I think the way they've done balance of performance, make the car look where you want it to look, yet still be hugely competitive. It's very good.
Right side.
Manufacturers need to have something that to have a feel in this sport. So having something that gives you an impression of that particular brand, that's what they're after. So it's something to do.
Clear on the right.
Yourself, you were the starting driver of the Jota number 12 Porsche. This car has been completely rebuilt after the crash in FP2, and it was a great great drive and a great strategy choosing to keep the 6 on.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic start to the race, which is always not a nice way to take yourself inside into the 24 hours. Obviously, I think the entire race is going to be on this little only going to be short, so it's just a nice point, which we did. Obviously, the start was a bit tricky. Along the straight line speed at the start. So we lost a lot of positions because of that, but then we started to make our way back through again once that settled down. So just got to stay out of trouble as much as we can, which we did. Keep plugging away and see where we are come tomorrow.
You only had a short moment to practice to do a shakedown yesterday at the airport. How was the car handling? Because it's a great one.
Yeah, it's not exactly where we left it. It's pretty close. I'd say we're struggling a little bit with the balance right now, but the problem is there's different specs of tyres on with the Michelins. There's a hard, medium and a soft. There's only a certain amount of allocation that you have on soft and medium.
Clear on the left.
So you'll see people use them at different points in the race. So at the moment we're not on the ultimate tyre, let's say, for these conditions. We're trying to stay with the ultimate tyre and try and push a bit harder. So for us it's survive, use the tyres we need to get rid of, and then we'll push on a bit later on.
Nothing else. Okay, so staying on that set of tyres. the pits. And this is the car that's leading in the GT3. So that's the number 87 Lexus. And Lexus is going well at this stage, having the advantage at this point over Team WRT Ahmed Al Hati. Is in that car at the moment, but that's the second place car in class. So a lot to enjoy. Saying that we have a little battle potentially here, and there you are, as we've seen, a Ferrari coming out just a moment ago in the 50 car has rejoined in 5th place. And made that mistake to damage the car, and it seems to be getting totally back up to speed.
It's in a privateer car and team when it's far and have already proved themselves. This is what you live for. You're at Le Mans, the biggest race. You're fighting against the cars and the team that won the race last year and trying to prove yourself. The pressure that is on the shoulders of a pro driver who's had an accident that big and you know, basically all the teams effectively have 3-4 hours sleep from speaking to them earlier on over that 2-day period, but be able to go back out and still clear on the right to perfect 24 hours. Real hard work. I mean, he's obviously going to want to err on the side of caution. You don't want to have that big of accident twice.
Yeah, hopefully what's going on here though is Ferrari's just come out, started a single stint, it's soft tyre, but it's full of fuel. It's on medium tyre. Hopefully he's been should make a mistake. You know, he's having to reset with the type of car balance that he's got. In terms of the Callum though, that's all information to have. He knows my performance should quite negative is compared to me, my car, and how we're performing. So it's a great place to be.
That's a very good point. And that difference in strategy, because now we're well into the race, just coming up to 3 hours into the 24-hour race, and different pit stops at different times, you are going to end up with these different strategies being at different times, different amounts of fuel. Opportunities, as you say, to snatch opportunities at the right moment.
I think what Luke said is already kind of playing out is that Ferrari's got a bit of heat in its tyres now, and already by the second half of the lap, albeit with slightly heavier fuel granted, it's back out again, back up to speed. Rubber crumbs back off the tyres, because of course every time you cross over a bit of rubber crumb, braking again. Let's see how it pans out. They've not been through any traffic yet, as the Toyota catches up to both of those as well.
This is actually the first one without tyre heaters, isn't it, for these guys? Championship went to not allow tyre heaters, but you cannot warm your tyres up, and that makes a difference.
It makes a difference to the point where last year it was reintroduced for this one race. It was meant to be last year, but so many of the teams were having such big accidents, and of course it becomes unenvironmentally friendly as the Jota is really hustling now because of the one car there, which is meant to the next team. They both had to then sacrifice themselves a little bit there. Yes, go back to what you said, these tyre warmers. Now that we know how you've got to improve your outlook as things well recently, and they've really improved that advice team how to get that heating in the tyre.
Actually, Toyota joining us now, so this is something we will be keeping an eye on. Great race going on at the 24-hour race at Le Mans here, and this is a good group battling for the 5th position. At this stage, you've got Antonio Fuoco in the red Ferrari, chased by Callum Islet in the gold Hertz Team Jota, the car that got damaged and rebuilt after practice here at Le Mans. But right behind them now is the experienced Kamui Kobayashi, another one who made a mistake in the build-up to the race. He's now joining in that three-way battle. Thinking and talking about tyre use, and Lena, we talked about how in the past you were always able to heat your tyres up before set of tyres. These are not all on new sets of tyres, it's a mixture. But the fact that that's now been stopped, you cannot keep the tyres.
The leader did a 5.80.
Pointing out the window there, not for the rain.
Schwartzman. Now, looking at that, interesting that, because Toyota has made 5 pit stops, whereas 4 stops have been made by Robert Schwartzman. Now, we know the extra stop came when they decided to put some wets on earlier, but that Toyota is showing the pace, isn't it?
Not in hand, but effectively over the pace ahead just shows that the team are made good strategy calls so far in the first 3 and a bit hours. Maybe here in the lead, chasing his 5th Le Mans victory. Slow-moving Ferrari, or just getting out of the way there for leaders. This is great, and pulled away very, very quickly. Surprisingly, putting in some very good lap times earlier on.
Right
so
here.
Buemi is just absolutely on fire in the chase here. Extending then into the corner, 2 wheels offline to open up the run here down towards Indianapolis, moving out into the inside of the WRT. So that Toyota of Buemi does have to pit. So 4%, the energy that you see on the top left, that is a combination of energy and fuel. You may still have fuel in the tank, but that is our virtual energy tank. So maybe that lightness of fuel, obviously able to then maybe corner quicker than Schwartzman, but also sometimes what can happen is potentially if he's about to change tyres, if you're at the end of your tyre life and you've been told you're on your inline, you can push as hard as you want on those tyres. You're never going to have to use them again. So let's see if he pits now for tyres or if it's just a normal stop.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We shall see if that happens. Sebastian Buemi will come in and make another pit stop, whereas we know that number 83 Ferrari made a pit stop not so long ago, so it will effectively go back into the lead. But Toyota does seem to be gaining ground that was lost a little bit earlier on, so it's still something to very much keep an eye on, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I'm just looking at these policies and lap times. Some laps which are a couple of seconds quicker than Schwartzman, some that were a little bit slower, some that came down to traffic, some a different in the chasing. We'll offset again now, which will be due to the pit stop.
Here it comes in. So pit stop coming up, and we'll see whether there will be a time change or not on this pit stop. So coming in from having just taken the lead and the driver change as well. So Sebastian Buemi is going to be jumping out. There we go. The change with Brendan Hartley is now jumping in, and both of them have had plenty of success with Toyota in recent years. In fact, yes, Sebastian's won 4 Mans with Toyota, Brendan's won 3 with Toyota, so they've both been 4 times endurance champions with Toyota. So yeah, impressive stuff.
So the Ferrari, interestingly, is taking tyres here, or at least they're lined up ready to go.
Right.
That's the 8, the 51 and the 12 that have all come in, that are all battling with each other. So the 50 stayed out, but everybody else came in.
The 51 there with its tyres lined up as well, getting a clean the windscreen. So you might see they clean the windscreen, but there's also a guy that gets down on his knees and is cleaning the front splitter. Now, he's not just cleaning the front splitter because he wants to be nice and pretty for the sponsors. There's no sponsors down there. The airflow around the splitter is really important, and also the radiators are generally down there. So you need to make sure that there is no grass, no gravel, nothing that can pierce the radiator, nothing that can cause overheating, and also the brake ducts as well. So interestingly, one turn to the front there for, was it the Ferrari of exactly. That's quite complex as well. You work your fronts even harder, and it also gives you more. So the reason we go to the rear in the rain is because you can't put in the rain. So you go to the rear, you get more of an even over the meters in this which you're covering. Is that 51? Slides over through turn 1 there on its new tyres and goes out. So I wonder if that's going to be a common theme as you come out of the pits.
Indeed, well, we shall see how that goes. We're just watching the number 51 car currently running in 9th position. But right now it's still the AF Corsa that leads. laps. So the AF course of Ferrari currently leading with a gap of some 14 seconds over Porsche Penske Motorsport. So Robert Schwartzman leading from Michael Christensen, Antonio Furuta currently in third place. And in fourth place, Nick Tandy now in the number 4 Porsche Penske. They managed to make up good ground in this race. They did start a long way down. Always fun to see, and we shall see how this goes as the race continues. Still a long way to go in this race.
Minutes coming from the Porsche, so that's why we switched to brand new soft tire.
Also a little look at the different tyres that people are on at the moment, so that's always useful to see. Plenty of soft tyres being used at this slightly later stage in the race. The Lamborghinis on the mediums, but yeah, it looks like the soft tyre has been quite a choice for everybody on the stage, so we shall see how that more information. So much going on in a race where you've got these 3 different categories, lots of close racing going on. From the pit lane as well. Let's go and join, you know. Oh no, hold on a second. Action. To make sure they get through as fast as possible in the race. You've got to look after the car a little bit more and stay off those girls. So let's go down to Canal in pit lane now.
I'm here with James Cavado, just out of the number 51 Ferrari. James, can you tell us a little bit about the track conditions and the battle out there on track?
Yeah, it's tricky because it's what tyres you put on the car. I think we did a big mistake. Took go on wets. The track was dry when I left the box, and I knew it was already slick, so that was a wasted pit stop. And then I went on to the medium, and then it was tricky with slow zone, so I got really unlucky because every time you hit slow zone, tyre temps come down, all these things. But once we eventually got into a rhythm, the car was good and I was quick, but I think we lost too much time for now. I think we need a safety car to come back.
What can you expect from the next hours?
I expect more of the same. I just hope this time we make the right decision.
Thanks a lot, thank you.
Good stuff, right. Interesting stuff. Right now we've still got plenty time to go in this 24-hour race, and I'm very delighted to say that we've been joined in the commentary box by another winner of the Le Mans back in 2016, outright winner, also many class winners with Porsche as well. So Mark Lieb has joined us, FIA GT champion as well, multiple times in the LMS champion. You've done so much, Mark, over the years. It must be fun being here at Le Mans with all the history you've got, but also quite relaxing knowing, okay, that's nice, I'm not actually out there.
As you said, you know, it's quite challenging to get the car into this race, especially the beginning with all the rain. So I'm in a more relaxed situation right now, and it's really nice to follow such a beautiful race so far. I mean, with so tough, close racing, and that's how we like it, and it's fantastic to watch.
You're absolutely right, because I mean, yeah.
Sector 1 within the next 10 minutes.
It's a tricky weekend weather-wise. Have you raced here at Le Mans many times where you've had this tricky weather?
Yeah, I remember it was the same in 2013. It was quite similar. It was always raining, flying out. Always, you know, the problem with picking the right tire in pit stops, or even coming in and change tires. And when you have two cars, obviously you split strategies, and then you see which was the better decision. But it's very tricky, very tough, and I mean, you know, you in the car as a driver, you give feedback to the engineers. They have radar, and their decisions are made. So it's yeah.
Oh, that was a bit of a slide. We are hearing there's rain in the pit lane now. So we are beginning to get just a little bit. Whether it's going to be a heavy shower or just a light shower. And as you say, trying to make that decision is tough. And that earlier shower that we had, we did have quite a big heavy shower. A lot of cars came in for wet on, but actually it turned out the thing to do was to stay on slicks. But it was a risky decision, wasn't it?
Exactly. And I mean, you know, these cars really drive them on slicks in wet conditions. They're really easy to lose, and your race can be over quite quickly. So it's really a tough call. But you could see that the Ferraris made the right call. I think the number 6 car from Porsche Penske Motorsport was not not doing the right one. You know, they just changed on rain tires, but had to come into the pits after 3 laps again, and that just drops you back in the standing. So yeah, really tough position because, as I said, driving these cars under wet conditions with slicks, not that nice.
It's interesting you say that, because we are looking at Andre Lotterer in the number 6 Porsche, which of course is the car right up front initially. But yeah, they haven't gone through the perfect race yet, but it's certainly not all over. I mean, you've driven this race so many times. When you're just over 3 hours into it, it's a very early stage, isn't it?
Yes, very early stage. I mean, the most important thing is to keep the car on track, that you have a good routine, you cycle through your drivers, and it just, you know, you have to stay calm and just be patient. Obviously, you know, we've seen some battles on track, but they're not as intense as it would be like at the end of the race. You really try to get into a rhythm, maybe tune the car a little bit at pit stops or under safety car conditions, and then to have a good car for the last part of the race tomorrow.
When you were racing here, so many other circuits that you race at, you've got a much longer distance, haven't you? So I suppose you get much more variation in the cars of other racing.
You had a slightly shower, I think, in sector 3 in the Porsche corners, and then another shower like in the pit lane or in the Dunlop corner, and then it was really tough, really difficult, because you don't know exactly how the weather is moving. Will there be more rain, more showers and stuff? So not easy, and we've seen that. I mean, I spoke to some guys in the team at Porsche Penske Motorsport. Their weather report at the beginning of the week was always wrong. Then it got better over the week, but now they did the wrong decision again. So you can see it's not 100% predictable. That's why it's so challenging.
Right shot. That sounds pretty good. Let's just bring Ollie in, Ollie Webb, who's raced many times here at Le Mans as well, and lots of LMP2 and then LMP1. Ollie, it does sound as though they're going to be able to get away with staying on the slicks for now, you reckon?
It does. I mean, MP35, which is Marshall Post 35, which is effectively in front of our commentary booth, is meant to have the worst rain, and it's not too bad compared to last time. It's worse in the pit lane, which is probably not really the place you want to have it, because then you've got the team panicking because they're the ones who feel all the rain, and they don't know what it's like around the rest of the track. So when Mark and myself, we're out on track, if 95% of the track is dry, we have to relay that regardless of what is happening in the pit lane or what their telemetry or what their weather forecast is saying. If 95% of the track is dry, you stay out.
Do you have any times when you were racing and Mark was racing at the same time?
We were in different classes.
Yes,
I was in privateer for a couple of years when we were racing, and before that I was in the Alpine LMP2 when we were racing. So I waved as he flew by me and sparks flew into my face. I was actually in open top Alpine on one of those years, so that was a little bit noisier and a little bit wetter.
I can imagine that, yeah. We don't have open top cars now anymore at the moment. Have you raced at the Mark an open top car?
No, actually not. I was racing GTs for 15 years, and I moved quite late to the prototype, so I just basically was driving the 919 hybrid, which was a fantastic car to experience, especially around this track, and very happy to finish off my career in prototypes, because these cars are just so special, so cool to drive, especially around here. It's just awesome.
Yeah.
So this is how confident they are that the rain is this light and stopped or not going to carry on, as we see new tyres going onto the LMP2 car there. So that is a signal that that it's going to be dry for at least the next stint.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment in this race, it's still with about 23 seconds from Michael Motorsport, early days. So the action still continues out on track. Oh, that was a little bit of a lock-up for the number 6 Porsche, and that's put him under a touch of pressure from the Wheeling Cadillac behind. Got to watch out just a touch there, otherwise could lose the position. So this is all a bit exciting for Andre Lotterer, being chased by Jack Aitken, and Jack Aitken's now got a chance to get alongside. Jack Aitken has made the move, I think, trying to make it. Yeah, that worked well. How do you reckon, Mark? That was a good move.
That was a good move on the outside, going into the Porsche corners, but I mean, I just talked about it before. This is the time in the race where you don't take huge risk. and Andre just decided, you know, to be on the safe side because he was on the inside line, but perfectly placed for the entry, and I think it was just a safe decision from him. But yeah, good move by Jack.
Is that the same battle we're seeing, or is this a separate battle? Because it looks like he was held up there. This might be a separate battle we're seeing. Yes, it's just behind there. So I was thinking there that they got caught up in karting with the GT car. He then had to back off and
He's running 10th, 11th there. Two different Cadillacs now. We've got 3 Cadillacs entered into this race now. Having only had one actually really competing regularly in World Endurance Championship. You're back on board with Jack Aitken here in the Whelen Cadillac Racing. But the nice thing about the race at the Le Mans to a certain extent is we get this input more from American teams as well that we do tend to have throughout much of the rest of the year, the World Endurance Championship, because they're racing in what we call IMSA, aren't they?
Yes, I think it's very cool that the American teams are coming over, also drivers. I mean, Porsche basically it's the same, you know, the American car, the IMSA car 1 is coming over with 3 drivers, and it's just good for the race because it just adds up more cars is always better for spectators, but also for the drivers. Team competition is fantastic, and what a field, all these different manufacturers, and what a race so far, so just good.
You're still a Porsche man, you've had a lot of success with Porsche over the years. Do you think that Porsche can win this weekend? I mean, I come in thinking, I think they're definitely one of the front runners to play this, but it's also close, isn't it? And it's the likes of Ferrari, Toyota, and others that could do something, you know, Cadillac.
Done. The next one is your sister, Earl Bamber. About 4 seconds ahead. You'll get him, bud. Nicely done. Keep digging.
Great.
Yeah, I love his engine there.
That's actually Peter Barrett. I raced with him here.
Did you?
In Le Mans. It was my first race. I rode with him. He was on the radio. He's doing the strategy for that car. I just spoke to him yesterday. Good to hear his voice, and he's always pumping up, you know. So it's good to hear.
Peter Barrett.
Peter Barrett.
Okay. No, it's lovely to hear it. Course yellow. Haven't seen what's caused that yet. But for some reason, everybody now is forced to slow down. Le Mans 24-hour race, we've got the first full course yellow of this event so far. Just under 3.5 hours into it, we haven't actually seen what's caused it yet, but for some reason we have a full course yellow, so presumably there's
It's 7:24 local time here, prepared for full course yellow. Full course yellow cancelled, and then prepared for full course yellow another minute later. So it says it will end in 1 minute. So whatever it was, maybe a car that stopped, restarted, stopped again, and now is gone and cleared because now it's about to restart. So it must have stopped in a dangerous place. Hopefully going to replay. There's a puncture or missing wheel on the front left of the Inter-Europol car, which is third now, but was further ahead at that point. So let's see where that happened. We don't have a zone of where it happened. It's still third in class, even without its tyre or grip. So that is more than likely the culprit of this full course yellow. It seems that there was no grip at all on there, so that was covered completely.
Oh, yeah, you're right, absolutely. That's a bit of an unusual sight, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, probably he lost the wheel and then just put out the full course yellow. But, you know, it's quite tricky, and if you're unlucky, you can just hit, now it's red flag back again, but if you just hit the full course yellow there, you know, you can easily lose another 20-30 seconds, and if you're not hitting that full course yellow, you're a lucky guy at the moment. So these are the small little things, you know, where you always have to think about. It's nothing you can do, but it just happens, and I mean that's endurance racing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mark, for joining us. It's been lovely to have you with us. I don't know, we may get another chance to speak to you over the course of the weekend. Do you think it's going to, just final sort of thing, do you think it's going to remain as tight as this? I mean, we've got we've got an under 20-second gap up front. That's a decent lead at the moment for the Ferrari, but they're all pretty close, aren't they?
Yeah, very close, and I think it will be like that until tomorrow. You know, it will be a tight race until the last hour. The competition is so good with all the manufacturers, and I think everyone is in a good situation, and it's really open to win that race.
Great. Well, thank you, Mark, for joining us, and yeah, another 4 mile. in this place. Sun's really coming out now, isn't it, Ollie? I mean, it's getting brighter again. We had a tiny little shower, and now it's beaming into our commentary box, and you can see the shine on the cars out there.
I mean, this is beautiful. Leading up the pit lane entry right in front of us. A full grid of Le Mans Golden Age cars firing in front of us. Private jets overtaking off in the back. Where's he going? It's half of the race. Yes, this is just an unbelievable sight here as we've got the Porsche overtaking down the inside of Tech Rouge. So let's speak a little bit about this corner, Tech Rouge. It is a very, very important corner on this track. The number 10 is in the pits for tyres and change. That corner can prepare your overtake. Now, if you are a hypercar right behind a GT, sometimes it's worth the sacrifice of a lift much earlier than you would do into that corner to get the run on the exit because you have that power to be able to overtake. Now, that kind of strategy of overtakes will change as you get towards the end, as we see on the last week, of yellow under review. Now, what that normally means is someone has been spotted. We have a slow-moving LMP2. And that is the Algarve Pro's second car who was in that one.
Yeah, I didn't quite see.
That looks like the Kaiser car.
Okay. Well, let's see.
We'll check in a minute. It's moving very slowly offline. So more than likely, we were speaking earlier on in the broadcast about this return to home button. So function 12 normally in a lot of cars, which is reduced ignition, everything is toned down, it limits your speed, and it just gets you back to the pits if you have any major issue with bodywork, tyre, or engine.
Battle for second place going on here. You can see this is pretty close, so keep an eye on this. You've got the Porsche Penske Motorsport, Michael Christensen, Antonio Fuoco is catching up. So that's this is a potential battle for
Exit the pit safely. You have to drive through the pit without stopping. You're on the left. Hold the reset button and we'll come and get you. You've got wheel damage.
He is quite a step behind them, so top three but of course part of this is due to who's made pit stops when. Fight for second, definitely close. They're coming up.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the corner.
Just ahead, and that's where sometimes it can be tricky to get through, but that's pretty easy at that stage.
Yeah, not too bad. Another indication for different types of setups with this car. The Porsche goes over the middle white line of the crest, sends up loads of sparks, and the Ferrari LM goes over the line without sending up any sparks. Different ride heights, different ways of doing things. As we see the 22 there, looks like that was a rejoin after a spin into, was it the last corner or hard to see that? I think that at the same time. We've got a replay here. It was a move down the inside of the DK Engineering number 33, which did not pay off. Tried to avoid it, slid sideways towards the exterior of the track. In doing so, pushed the DK Engineering car outshot of our screen in the last corner, which may be stuck in the gravel. Double yellow removed, so it's probably not now. And this replay may cut here, but now we see the wheel spin start, the engine's still going, return back. We're on board now, sorry.
Yeah, I was just
with
going to say,
white
that
flag.
was Nolan Siegel. Okay, white flag. So just tell us what that means.
So that, in car, we have this screen here on the right-hand side, which shows us the different flags relating to what's coming up in front of us. Now, white flag means slow-moving vehicle ahead. That doesn't mean another class of car, because we'll have blue flag if we are in car needing to move out the way for someone. White car if someone has a genuine issue up front and is moving abnormally slow. Sorry to interject there.
No, absolutely fine. That's good to know exactly. I was just pointing out that it was Nolan Siegel who had that incident. Actually, he wasn't overtaking that other LMP2 guy. He was lapping him. So it was just an unfortunate situation that came up between them. And let's hope that both cars are still going to be okay. Let's go back down to the pit lane and join Ginal.
Laura Wanthrop closer, your cars have been starting up front on the grid today. What's your feedback so far? Currently P12 and P16, I guess. What's your feedback on the race so far for Cadillac?
Well, we definitely have a long race yet to go. We are trying to get into the rhythm right now. Yes, we moved a little bit further back. Okay, we're dealing with different rain coming in and out. And just really 20 and then see.
performance, everything looks fine.
Just getting into our rhythm and getting to the end of the race, making sure that we do things that make sense, don't take too many risks, because we can't win the race if we end up in a wall.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Thank you.
Interesting stuff. And just hear some radio information from Antonio's work about tyres. Were you picking that up, you know?
I didn't pick it up completely.
Yes, so they were saying, and let's get your take on this, Lynn. They were saying that it's the first time we've heard this in this race so far, and it's very interesting, about a split tyre. So not only just to change the hardest working side of the car, but to actually do a split. So medium's currently on the car and talking about putting on the side or vice versa. So quite an interesting strategy call, not just trying to save time by changing only 2 tyres, which is happens, you change 2 tyres sometimes, but to split the compound. Now, they're new to working with these. Has that happened earlier on this year with these cars?
I assume if they're suggesting that, they've tested it and tried it somewhere. Now, the construction of these tyres is the same no matter what the compound is, but the compound behaviour will always be different. I have tried something like this without testing it back in 2011.
Oh, we've got full source yellow. Yeah, everybody's slowing down again. We've got the full source yellow side. So once more, everybody's having to take it very steady. Just looking at Penske at the moment, he's going fine. He's at 14th place. But that's not the cause of the full course yellow. We haven't sort of get exactly what has caused that. We'll go down to find out fairly soon.
There is marshals in front of us on the track now. That this probably isn't the cause, because what they will do when there's full course yellow is this enables the race director to send out all the marshals to clean up any gravel that anywhere online is. So in front of us, they're cleaning up with about 6 or 7 marshals all the gravel from the 22 United Autosports car that brought that back on track. But we're yet to see if that is. I doubt they would throw a full course yellow just for that, unless it's puncture worthy and
The leader's bidding now.
That's the rule when you get into this situation.
It's also something that we practice during the week. So you hit your full course yellow button. Different cars, different categories, different teams will select some will cut ignition, some will do different things to fuel save and do it in the right way. Some will like to stay in the tow, some have to be out of the tow to not overheat the engine. So without getting too technical with everything that happens when you're driving a boring, in inverted commas, 80 kilometers an hour, there's a lot that goes into this full course yellow. If you can be half a kilometre an hour quicker within that rule for the whole lap, it's worth a lot of time. We don't have the same. There's a lap time we have to stick to, but there's not a delta. Now, the fact that they're showing the replay of this again, and out of my window I can see 7 marshals on track cleaning up the gravel. Maybe this is the reason for the full is also ending in 20 seconds. Maybe it was a quick clear up of that.
It's Rennie Binder that we're trying to watch here, because he was the one who sort of got hit in that. I thought he might go off from something else, but no, it looks like he was able to.
I think it's that. Now, the rules are, if you have to come back on the track, and offline you have to get offline to get rid of all of the gravel. If he stayed online, they would have got full course yellow to try and clean it up, and they'll also be looking at a penalty, as we see the fight here between the Porsche number 6 and the 50 Ferrari down the inside. The Porsche cutting across the nose. It's very close for only 20 and a half hours left.
Yeah, well, it's Michael Christensen in the Porsche at the moment who's trying to get past Antonio Fuercas. This is a very, very tight battle for second place. Remember, the gap up to the leader is a little bit bigger, although he that led to stop relatively soon. Yes, it's actually updated a little bit now, so you can see the gap to the leader is some 16 seconds to this. It changes the feel of the car, tyre temperature.
It does. It's a very, very good point. Like you said, this one was a short one with the sun out. Less of a factor, but it's a very good point, because full course yellow in the middle of the night after a big accident and there's a barrier repair and you're half an hour under full course yellow and you restart, you don't know what's underneath you. Now, if it's
has happened a few times. You get that experience, and this is where drivers who have done it a lot of times, we see a replay here of the 50 then switching to the outside, going for that move. You've got very close here. I mean, the camera angle's deceiving because you're always forward facing. Got some straight line speed there, haven't we? We didn't see the exit, so we're not sure how much of the exit is worth that there, but these nice slow-mos, very, very good. So that's for second and third place.
Yeah.
We call it second and third place now rather than for the podium. I think maybe within the last half an hour of the race, we start calling it for the podium. Yeah, there's a long way to go now. But yes, back to your point, there is cold tyres, middle of the night after a full course yellow. It's like you're going out on brand new tyres with that releasing agent, but it doesn't then turn into magical new tyre grip. It stays pretty bad for a long time, and with the temperatures dropping as well and suspected rain coming, that all compounds to a very, very tricky restart when we go to green.
So up front at the moment we have now we have Ferrari 1-2 again, as we had earlier on. We have the Frontier AF Corsa car, Ferrari of Robert Schwartzman leading, and now Antonio Fuoco back up into second place with the Works Ferrari AF Corsa entry, the Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Michael Christensen being pushed down a third, but it's fine. All still part and parcel of the battle. Fourth place and fifth actually are the two Toyotas now. So the Toyotas, as we said before, they've had good pace in this race. They are running well at this stage, and the Toyotas are running fourth and fifth places. The other Ferrari, the number one of the other 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi, who was one of the winners last year, of course, here at Le Mans. He's currently running in sixth position, and then top position pilot. There is some under investigation for that contact that we saw in the LMP2 cars just a little while ago. That is being looked at by the stewards to understand. What's going on in the other categories? In the LMP2, Brian Cullen for Vector Sport is currently leading. He's a decent advantage at this stage. Nicholas Veroni for AF Corsa, they're actually leading in the Pro-Am category in the AF Corsa LMP2 car, and leading in GT3 at the moment, interestingly, is the number 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati, which is, that's going to excite quite a lot of people, because that is the car that Valentino Rossi is racing this weekend, and that is actually currently leading in the GT3 category. But as you were saying earlier, Nina, the lap times in all classes, it's remarkably close.
I've got a really useful graph here. It's the sorted lap times. Fastest all the way to your slowest, and you just look at the time. And what I can see in certainly LMP2 is everything is so close for the majority of cars. It's quite evenly matched. Now, the gaps don't necessarily suggest that, because there are offsets with pit stops, and there are offsets with the full course yellow, especially if not everybody got it for the full lap, that kind of thing. So these gaps are kind of spread out. One safety car, that all changes again.
It can always change. But for the moment, it is Robert Schwartzman who is leading Le Mans, and he's got a decent gap. So the action continues, and as I mentioned, Fuoco has now made his pit stop, so that's from second place and also into the pits. That is now in the pits for a regular stop under this slightly sunnier evening that we've got here at Le Mans. After a rather strange day of weather with some sunshine, some rain, warnings of more rain, and now some into the pits. Then, as I mentioned, has come now Antonio Fuoco, second place. Climate change in that team. This Ferrari is clearly one of the cars that we'll be watching throughout this race in terms of potentially being a winner. Antonio Fuoco now handing over to Gallavina, who is now taking over the car. So that makes sense, because that means that all three drivers have now had an opportunity to get out in this car, and we shall see how it goes in this next run. But that is definitely a front-running car. Just having a little look at one of the highlights. This was Callum Ilott. Well, he just had to cut the chicane, didn't he?
Yeah, got on the brakes quite late. It looked like by the time he bled off the brakes, and what we mean by that is coming off that pedal percent by percent to allow, as the downforce comes off the car, you have less grip to go in. couldn't deal with it. It told him, no, I can't do that, mate, I'm sorry. So we had to straighten it up and take the safe route out. As long as you don't gain through there, as the interval bit, very, very close. You can see when you come out on brand new tyres here, the difference it makes. An LMP2 and a GT3 have just overtaken this number 50 Ferrari out of the pits and have disappeared off into the distance. That is how important these Michelin black bits of rubber that are touching this sunny tarmac. And actually, I think there's even more of a problem than that. He's moving particularly slowly, stuck on the pit lane limiter, now accelerating. So I wonder if that was an electrical issue there.
Interesting.
Trying to listen to what's going on there.
Okay.
He's now it looks like he's back on full power. That sounded like he was stuck on the pit lane limiter button. Now I wonder if there is a strategy call within that team, I might be overthinking this here, coming through the first chicane on brand new tyres and full fuel, that you stick to a certain speed, then release a second limiter, for instance, a 100k limiter, and then go from there. But that was more than usual. That was more than usual. So now on the radio replay later on what was going on there, as we're now watching the 83 dive. Oh, I thought we were about to see a replay there. And these Porsche curves, this is the section. When the sun is out, across the curve on the left, radio.
2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Can we do another stint on these tires? Question.
It depends how slow we are.
Your pace at the moment is very good. Your pace at the moment is very good.
Okay, the power is our technique has to go.
At the moment he's 20 seconds behind. They gained 5 seconds in the full course yellow.
If the pace is good, I can continue. The tires are really quite okay.
So what we were doing there was just listening into some of the radio, Robert Schwartzman, and he was having quite a little discussion there, Ollie, with his race engineer, who had asked him, should we stay on this set of tyres? Or how did it sort of go?
Basically, the engineer reassuring him that his pace is good enough to stay on this tyre, and asking him, are you pushing we need to know how much tyre you've got left to be able to push. His reply seemed pretty confident that he was, but he was behind. His engineer replied that was purely due to a full course yellow procedure, not because of pace. Very good communication, very clear. You hear them afterwards on the radio. They'll ask a question and say question at the end. As we see a driver change here for the, is that Rossi car, is it? Rossi getting in there, number 46 on the lane, Doctor jumps in.
Yeah, that's going to cause plenty of excitement to see that he is now getting into the car. Valentino Rossi. So this is his debut in the Le Mans 24-hour race. You may have taken victories here in other forms of racing last year, but this is it in the 24-hour. Ben Constantiouris rejoins us. Ben, it's lovely to see Valentino Rossi going out, isn't it?
A place that he's familiar with, of course, not the layout necessarily. He did race, as you said last year, a support race. But it's a place where they do go and race motorcycles, and the French Grand Prix is absolutely massive in MotoGP, so he knows the pit area. He will have some familiarity to the environment. It won't be completely to the night 24 hours of Spa, so he has done night racing there, but that will be a really different thing here at Le Mans. The darkness around here versus Spa 24 hours, Ollie, it's very different.
It is, yeah. It's a whole different kettle of fish. The difference is in the speed of where you're going, effectively down the Bolshand into those chicanes, the braking ability. These GT3s now have ABS, so more similar to the cars he's used to driving in other championships. One that he's recently come off the back of, and won in, was it Misano, I believe, only a couple of months ago. So he's hot off some confidence in this BMW. He's used to the team, he's used to his teammates, he's had a win this year. He might be on cold tyres and full fuel. That'll knock your confidence a little bit, but I'm sure within a couple of laps he's going to be loving this.
He is a real talent on four wheels, and it's interesting. We were hearing an interview he did with Tom Christensen, who's been working with us this weekend, about how he started his career actually in karting. Not his career, he wasn't a professional karter, but as a kid he started in karts and then went down the road of becoming a 9-time motorbike world champion, 7 times in the 500 cc's. But actually being on 4 wheels is something that he actually really enjoys, isn't it?
And also, he has done 4-wheel drive rallying, Italian Monza rally show for a few years. He's raced Ferraris at the Abu Dhabi 12 hours. I suppose the other thing that he has to deal with here versus what he didn't have to deal with at Spa is the multi-class aspect. As the slowest category, he's got to work out if that's an LMP2 coming up behind him or a hypercar, because then you deal with it in slightly different ways.
Yes, yeah, correct. And not only that, it's one thing dealing with those classes in the day. We rode on board with them just before. I'd love to go back on board just to talk about the different screens in the car. So these GTs have a traffic management system. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't indicate pull over and help you move out of the way for another car, as we see there.
Race leader coming in.
That is the race leader coming in.
This is a standard stop, so this is just going through the pattern as normal. But yes, Robert Schwartzman into the pit. So we'll carry on. We'll keep an eye on it.
So that traffic management system, what that allows you to do at night is the most helpful. So as the cars come up behind you, it uses LiDAR radar to be able to see the cars behind through the beam of light, which are laser lights. They're not like dip beam and full beam that you get on the motorway. It's like having 1,000 full beams in your mirror, and it glows between red, orange and green on how far away they are now and position of where they are behind you. So that definitely helps, especially at Le Mans.
Very interesting, and he'll be able to use that. So that's really good news. Valentino Rossi out on track now in the 24-hour race for the first time at Le Mans is running second. Let's hear that interview he did with Tom Christensen.
Valentino Rossi, it's very, very good to have you in the World Endurance Championship. If I reflect, looking back, when I met you the first time, year was 2001. Was that at that time you already put a seed into your head that one day you will switch from 2 wheels to 4 wheels?
Yes, was always in my mind, because I started my career with the go-kart. So I started as a car driver.
You did? I didn't know that.
Yes, yeah. I started with the go-kart when I was very, very young, and I started to race with the go-kart when I was 5 and 6. So my way was more the cars, because Graziano, my father, was very good about motorcycles. Race with motorcycle, and so it was a scam.
It seems nobody in racing has gone to motorbike and MotoGP and gone well.
For me, the switch from bike to cars is more easy. Also because anyway, you drive a car in your life when also if you are not a driver, no? Is a normal life. Motorcycle, if you are not a rider, you never drive. And for me, at the top with motorcycle, you need to start when you are very good.
You have the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You made your debut there last year, winning the road to Le Mans in a very similar car. You know, before, you must have big hopes, dreams of maybe ultimately after 24 hours to be at the top of the road.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans was my target from the beginning, because it's the most famous race in the world. And you know, the dream is try to win and I think definitely. No, but it's great. I'm very excited.
So that was a lovely interview with Valentino, who is, as we say, now out on circuit in his first 24-hour race here at Le Mans, but he knows the Le Mans circuit pretty well, and he's also in an extremely good car, the Team WRT BMW. Ben, has been actually a very successful car this year in World Endurance Championship racing. I mean, they had a horrible time at Spa. They were very unlucky. His car got taken out before he even got in it.
And his teammates as well. Both cars ending up not finishing at Spa. But it's a proven GT3 that is incredibly successful, both in these regulation sets, but also in the SRO. It is worth mentioning that both the GT car here and the GT car racing at Spa 24 Hours in a couple of weeks' time, they are identical cars apart from the equipment that you use to monitor their performance. That's the only difference. Then the SRO and the ACO have a completely different way of balancing the cars, and so there is quite a lot of difference in the way that the teams are allowed to set up the cars here versus Spa 24 because of the regulations set by SRO versus ACO. So it's quite interesting that effectively it starts off as the same car, but eventually for teams you have to deal with it in a very different way. And of course we've got Goodyear tyres here versus the other providers in Spa in a couple of weeks' time. Or of course if you went to Nürburgring 24 Hours and there's GT3 cars there are thousands of GT3 cars around the world, and that's why we've gone from 3 manufacturers last year in the GT class to 9 this year, and there are 13 or 14 GT3 brands that could be here, but the ACO prioritise those that have hypercar entries as well, or will have hypercar entries in the future, like the Aston Martin.
This is another balancing for this question. We're seeing Porsche versus Ferrari, and as we have throughout the year, to be fair, quite a lot. Ferrari have been unlucky to a certain extent because they've been front runners in World Endurance Championship, but they've had no wins, whereas Porsche have taken 2 out of the 3 wins so far. Not all the same car, but the Porsche has got well. This is proving another close one, Ollie, isn't it, between these two? And we're seeing this quite often now, and it looks as though we might see a Ferrari pass coming through. Yeah, it is happening, and it's pretty straightforward in the end. It's not too hard, and Miguel Molina gets past Matt Campbell.
I'm really interested at some point to stay on board with one of these Ferraris through Tete Rouge all the way through both chicanes, because we're seeing a lot of good overtakes from them in the slipstream, and I don't want to put it down to the fact that they have good straight line speed, because of course with the BOP that'll be balanced out by maybe not as good in the high speed corners. Of course incredibly quick drivers in all of these categories being platinum, as we see a separate overtake here. This is the Toyota down the inside there.
That's United Autosports USA entry, isn't it?
Yeah, the NP2 car, yeah.
It is, yeah. And then, so yeah, that Ferrari seems to be able to pull these overtakes at the end of the straight very, very well. It's either getting a very good run through Tete Rouge and or both of these cases then has a stronger top line speed, because we saw earlier on Jack Aitken couldn't get the move done even though he was quicker in the brakes and in the corners. The Ferrari has had a relaxation on its balance of performance here. It's lost 10 kilograms, it's had 0.1% more power over 150 mile an hour. For what it's worth, the Peugeot's had the biggest brake, but this is enough that he's pulled in front and he's pulling away.
Absolutely. Ferrari's working well all round here, because remember we've got a Ferrari leading. The AF Corsa Ferrari is the race leader, number 83, and that has a lead currently. It's fairly tight at the moment, but that's partly through pit stops and stuff. They have a little bit of an advantage, but the Toyota now, Brendan Hartley, we've got another LMP2 off track.
Again, the same one.
Yeah.
In the Win-sponsored United Autosports USA car. 2 victories in GT AM in the GT category, but really struggling in LMP2 here at Le Mans this year. It's his 8th different vehicle that he's raced in 9 starts at Le Mans. The gentleman driver from Texas.
That's pretty impressive to do all these different cars here at Le Mans. But it's what I enjoy the mix. We were talking about, drivers with what are rated as platinum, which means the very highest level. You might be ex-Formula 1 driver, you might be a multiple Le Mans winner, or a regular winner in championship. You're at platinum level, but we go from platinum to gold to silver to bronze, and bronze drivers have to be in GT3, they have to be in Pro-Am in the LMP2, and bronze drivers have come from a very different part of life. Maybe they weren't able to race at all in their young years, they didn't have any money, they've built up a career in a different way, they want to go racing. And I actually enjoy the difference that allows you to see, provide opportunities too, because sometimes they can bring funding in to support professional drivers.
It's kept Le Mans basis of how Le Mans even started. One of the very first Ferrari was a gentleman driver going to Enzo Ferrari and saying, I want to race your car at Le Mans, and Enzo wasn't very interested, he wanted to do Formula 1. 24 driver that was provided for him alongside him did their other 23 and they ended up winning. That was Ferrari's first Le Mans win.
It was amazing to see Ferrari win the 100th year that since Le Mans began. We've got some key cars coming in at the moment. We're not seeing any major dramas. This is all very regular, so we're not going into too much detail. But you're just seeing that very regular. Some are doing driver changes. They're basically refueling. One or a few might be changing tyres. Others will be staying on the tyres because they seem to be holding on. Alex Brundle has joined us back again. Alex, it's interesting to hear from the teams a little bit about these tyres. They seem to be lasting very well, even where we're only seeing the soft and mediums on the cars at the moment.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see the last round of pit stops when Miguel Molina went out in the Ferrari, and then of course they immediately asked the privateer car whether he'd be okay. I think it was Robert Schwartzman in the car at that time, whether it'd be okay to continue with the stint. And I do wonder if the feedback from Molina was that the new tyre was incredibly difficult. It would follow with Fred then that they would ask that Schwartzman if he was able to continue with the tyre, because they're losing a lot of time.
That's interesting.
On that new tyre.
And as you say that, they've just put mediums on that number 6 Porsche, so should we watch that, do you think? I mean, he's spinning the rear wheels a lot coming out, but we know they're cold, and the temperatures are not high. It might take a couple of laps.
The sun is out though, and probably the first time since the start of the race, so I wonder whether the track temperature has slightly increased.
What's interesting to me as well is we've seen many teams who started on the medium compound tyre, the medium and 3 available from Michelin for the hypercar class, move across to the soft already without any night running yet done, leaving them nowhere to go confidence-wise later on. If they're struggling now, imagine what it's going to be like when we get the potentially forecast sprinkles of rain around 4 AM. It could be a really, really tough night to be behind the wheel of one of these hypercars. And yeah, the first year that they've not had tyre warmers or anything heating in that class, challenging the teams to get it up to the line.
This little battle for second place is still very, very close. We saw Miguel Molina in the first of these two cars, the red flag. We saw him manage to go past Matt Campbell, but Matt Campbell is in right now.
They've both got new tyres. Campbell has softs. Miguel Molina went back to mediums.
Okay.
Not that that complied to how fast they were on their out laps, but it does seem as though that's security that we talked about earlier on, with the Ferrari being happier on the stiffer sidewalls, seems to be working better. Oh, broken suspension at the front there.
Yeah, the Mustang in trouble there. You can see, yeah, the front wheel, it looks like the steering is broken, doesn't it? The way it's wobbling around like that.
Yeah, I do wonder if there has been contact for that Mustang. Interesting info coming through from race control. The 4 Porsche is the one that jumps out at me there. Has been served a drive-through penalty for the full course yellow procedures. The 30 car and the 77 also cars. That's the Duquesne LMP2 and the 77 will be
the one we just saw. That one.
So they'll have drive-through to serve, but it looks like they've got bigger issues if you're better than this.
It is just a steering arm, a small link like that. It's not too hard to change, but unfortunately the Ford Mustangs have been rather fragile since their launch about this time last year.
Well, we'll see if they can get that car back out on track once again. They've got a bit of work to do, there's no doubt about it. Race leader still is Robert Schwartzman, but we've still got a pretty close battle between Miguel Molina and Matt Campbell. They'll carry on the way they are.
Cheeto Lopez, 3:29.8, fastest lap of his race so far. The man Mike Conway, who damaged himself on a road bike here in Le Mans earlier on, actually last week now. Cheeto effectively removed from that team to make way for Nick de Vries, and he's come back. I can still drive this hypercar, I can still go fast. It's an race, but that's the
I think it's demonstrative of the track moving forward, to be honest, off the back of that last dump of rain, now starting to rubber in yet again, as we've seen throughout this whole Le Mans week so far. A little bit of rain, starts to move forward again, then then they're set back to square one again. Then with pole sitter Kevin Estra through that final corner.
It's quite interesting to be on with pole sitter Kevin Estra, because I remember watching Alex when you watched his I was sitting next to you as you rewatched it. You were really impressed with the way he's driving, but they've had a bit of a tough time. They're quite a long way down the list. Are they going to be able to find their way back up?
So they made an incorrect tyre call with the 6 Porsche, so they had to they changed the wets in the last little dump of rain, and then they had to change back again. The 5 car, the 50, the 12 and the 83 didn't make the same tyre call, and that's why they find themselves out of sequence with the number 6 Porsche, but further up the field. Yeah, I mean, they've had all the pace, it's just literally that tyre call that's cost them at this stage of the race. Still early stages, and there were several cars throughout the classes that made the right call there, which is generally accepted throughout the paddock to be stay on slicks throughout that phase. So quick was the line of circuit and the return to relatively dry conditions. So it's interesting to watch that play out, both with the pace of the cars where they find themselves and also the stim plans they're now.
Well, that makes good sense. Meanwhile, we've got a nice little battle going on here for 5th place. You've got the black Toyota, Brendan Hartley, very experienced, of course, and plenty of success. But Oliver Rasmussen, now he's in the number 38 Hertz Team Jones, the car that Jenson Button is also driving this weekend. And that car has actually been running well throughout the race. They took some good strategy earlier on. They were the ones that were pretty sure didn't go on to the long tyres. And he's doing a good job here. Keeping the pressure on for the moment and seeing if he might be able to gain a place.
Yeah, sure is. Young single-seater graduate Rasmussen on his way into that team that has so much experience 3 times. Le Mans winners in LMP2, and it's an efficient place to go race car driving. Jota Sport, they really know their prototype racing cars in and out. Based down in Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I remember them when they were running a dinky little CN car, and now look at them here running 2 Porsche 963s in the top class of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, well, we'll see how he gets on here, but so far, as you say, Oliver Rasmussen moving up as a youngster, 23-year-old now from Denmark, and he's had some decent results in Le Mans. He's actually only his 2nd start here, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on, going up against some of the top drivers in the hypercar category of Le Mans racing. So we've had just over 4 hours of 24 hours here at Le Mans so far, and the race still being led at this stage by the Ferrari, the AF Corsa, effectively a privateer Ferrari, but very much connected to the main team. Robert Schwartzman is the driver currently. We're watching a little bit of battle going on right now, as you can see, as we're on board with Jose Maria Lopez in the black Toyota, the 2nd of these 2 cars. He's chasing down Callum Aylon for 8th place. And Lopez, as we were saying earlier, back into this car when he wasn't quite expected it to be here, but Paul Mike Conway not able to race here. But he's straight back into it, loads of experience, of course.
I've got a great affection to Pachito Lopez because he had his first spell of life as a Renault Academy driver in Formula 3000. It's before Formula 2, Alex Brundle. And he basically got dropped just before he got to Formula 1 and had to go back to race in National Series in Argentina, and then was selected by Citroën to be the easy, cheap option to go alongside Ivan Muller and Sebastian Loeb, would you imagine, and ended up being the fastest of the 3 and winning 3 world titles in the World Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, he's done very, very well. Let's go back down to the pit lane.
Kamui Kobayashi, well, an impressive job from number 7 car since the start of the race. You had so many troubles since the start of the week, and now you're coming back up front with the Toyota number 7.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the team hard work. You know, we try to recovering what we have done in the last weekend. Everything. Yeah, I think. So far, we are progressively improving gauge position, and so far I think everything is going smooth. So I think it's still a long way
what did you expect from the beginning of the evening and the night?
Well, I try to come as much as we can, and I think most important for us, we always having some trouble in the night, and obviously we try to our best always, but hopefully this time won't was, and I think we are fortunate that we could fight, so hopefully I think we improve our pace a little bit and we can fight back to the top.
Thank you.
Alex, that's quite interesting hearing from Kamui. So much experience in his life. How did you feel his kind of mode was there?
Well, the interesting position of being both one of the leading drivers of that squad, Kamui Kobayashi, of course, had the big spin in qualifying and lost a little bit in terms of their starting position. It's been an interesting week for Toyota where they've been so downbeat about their chances. We must be honest, but the data just doesn't support it. They look to have pace, they look to have speed. The number 8 car sitting with Brendan Hartley at the wheel, sitting up in the top 10 with Lopez, of course, subbing on the way. And we wish Mike, the absolute speediest of recovery, can get back behind the wheel of that machine soon. It's interesting. They're in for the long haul, aren't they, at Toyota? I think we'll only really see what kind of pace there is when we've cleared into tomorrow. They're going to stay in the hunt and just try and...
Absolutely right. And it sounds, just learning that it does look as though the Toyota's a little bit quicker at this stage of the race than the time of our arrival. So you can see that there's a move potentially coming up for the Toyota number 7, which is now going to try and take 8 places as Maria Lopez up on Calamida and then getting closer and closer.
But is that something that we've seen as a characteristic of that Toyota, that the top speed, especially against Porsche and Ferrari, is not quite there? So they're efficient and working well through the twistier stuff, perhaps the front motor working and helping them through Porsche curves, but down the straights where you actually want to do the overtaking, it's not the breeze that we saw from Ferrari going past Porsche earlier on.
Yeah, that's certainly what you might think. And indeed, into the nighttime hours, much discussion in the paddock about the differential between the cars. You've obviously got 2 platforms in the Le Mans hypercar class. You've got the LMDH cars, which deliver all of their hybrid energy through an MGUK gearbox. And then you've got the Le Mans hypercars that deliver to the front wheel.
But only after 190 kilometers an hour.
Exactly that, but even that assists in keeping the front tyre energy in. The other thing that they can do is spin that front tyre away from the pit box, which people are trying to quantify just how much that benefits them in terms of warming the tyre up. So through the nighttime hours could easily be a happy hunting ground for Toyota, as you see the progression of the 2 cars at the base of your screen, the number 4 Porsche Penske and the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Yeah, the number 4 Porsche Penske has made very, very good ground indeed. There's no doubt about it, but the Toyotas are battling to try and move up because you've got Brendan Hartley right behind him now. So there's not much of a gap between them, and it looks as though there may be an opportunity. So they're both Toyotas. Remember, there are only 2 works Toyotas, and there are no private Toyotas. So you've only got the 2 rank Toyotas in this race, and having won here 5 times in a row until we got to last year on Ferrari. Okay, now that's an interesting point, isn't it, Alex? Because when you're following another car that's light on fuel, of course you see a different response from it.
Yeah, definitely. When you come out with a full tank of fuel ready to go here, you really do feel the difference. He has to climb all over the curve.
That was actually quite clever to do that, get out the one with the other one.
Yeah, to miss the United Autosports, although those baguettes on the first curve there are bigger than they look.
Right, so it can be risky to the underside.
It can be risky to the underside of the car, and that's all a factor that teams need to consider when they're setting up the cars for this event. But that number 7, number 8 Toyota, I should say, trying to make progress towards the rear. The Penske number 4 trying to make his way and certainly seems to be coming to the Luna messaging system, letting us know that they have
isn't it? And obviously, it's not, as you said, that straight line speed may not make it easy to overtake because it seems to lack that little bit of edge. Listen. Yeah. Well, that makes sense that they're going to be coming in, and so in a way, he doesn't have to make a big risk.
Well, Brendan implying that the Porsche's getting away, and by the sounds of that radio message, comfort that the closing Toyota is on fresher tyres and not to worry. Nick Tandy wouldn't be worried, no doubt. Plenty of experience and wins at Le Mans. We've got wins for Nick, we've got wins for Brendan, overall wins for both those two drivers. I think Nick is one of very few drivers to have won in all categories, GT, LMP2 and LMP1.
Just I wanted to point out as well, we're looking at the hypercar category, the top category for the outright win, but we've got two other major categories, of course, LMP2 and GT3. We can talk about how motorbike multi-champion Valentino Rossi was running second, but he's actually leading in GT3. That may be partly through pit stops and whatever, but Valentino Rossi is leading in GT3 here in the 24 Hours of Le Mans at the moment in the Team WRT BMW, which is fun. Only one car, Lino has just let us give us some information. One car's retired in the 24 hours so far. We've had 4.25 hours, and it was an LMGT3 car that's out, but only one car out of the 62 that we've had entered out of this race so far.
There will be a Valentino Rossi fan base somewhere around, well, everywhere around there. That's a sort of an Omni fan base, but somewhere geographically around the circuit that are going crazy for that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I did too, Brendan. Left rear sparking down the Mulsanne straight, and it looked as though it was kicking up a lot of dust, but the circuit must be clean. So unless that tyre is going down on the left rear, potentially the car is not as high as it should be on the rear corner.
It's due to come in anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let's just see. We will see if they bring him in, and I wonder if the tyres, maybe, is it, Alex, do you think it's partly because he's on that final lap, he's just pushed these tyres to the absolute limit?
Yeah, big snap of oversteer for Tandy, but we've seen the Porsches do that on their way around the circuit. He then releases Brendan Hartley. Let's see if there is indeed an issue. They've lost the tail. That's what's sparking. And there's a tail section of these cars that slips on, and I would expect to see potentially a tail change on the run. I have to put fuel in first, of course. They can't do that immediately. It's always fuel first. When the engine is off and the car is stationary in its pit box, they don't go up on the air jacks, and they should be able to, after they've completed the stop, change that tail if they need to.
Okay, well, we shall hopefully find out what's going on there. Into has come the number 38 Hertz Team Jota car, and that's been running well. Oliver Rasmussen in that at the moment.
Then isn't it amazing at 300 kilometers an hour how observant a racing driver can be down the Mulsanne straight? Okay, he's quite close to the back of the Porsche, but to be able to observe the smoke the sparks, and here we go, the change.
Yeah, that's what will be sparking and smoking. So it could well have been contact with the rear left tyre. It could well have been contact with the track surface, but they'll have one of those ready to go, and it's a pretty easy sort of clip-on unit. It does rather disrupt your rear tyre change as it goes on. They're allowed to do that at the same time as the tyre change.
So you only have 4 people to actually work. I mean, you usually have 2 working on the tyre change, but then on each wheel, so 4. But they have to split it then.
Correct. You're limited by mechanics over the line, though. So they can be different mechanics, but they have to be over the line at not the same time. 38 goes along, and really struggling, aren't they, to get through that first chicane? Although the cynical racing driver in me, Ben, just really can they get down there? It's easy to fake a lock up here and send it straight across the first chicane. Rain on the camera lens there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a bit. It's so different to when we watched when the heated tyres when they went out. It was nailing. I know there's a little bit of rain out there as well. It's making it even more difficult going out tyres.
And he's on mediums rather than the softs that came off, so a bit more warm-up. I was told earlier in the week, 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds lost on the opening lap of the stint to try and get those tyres up to temperature. And if they're mediums, then the second lap is better, but it's not up to absolute perfection, as we saw a little bit in Hyperpole.
Yeah, very much one of the reasons why, when you say you've got 14 sets for the 24 hours of Le Mans, and you think, well, there are 30 pit stops, race last year was won with 30 pit stops, why not put a set on almost every 2 stints? But you've got to amortise the amount you lose in that first couple of laps to the gain of actually having the new tyre. And then, of course, you've got to keep some punctures and issues and so on. But it's really a decision point for these hypercar teams when they put the new tyres on. And I do think they're playing strategy with regards to that when they're under pressure. They don't want to put their drivers under pressure on the new cold tyre, because that's when mistakes start to come in. And you heard what Tom said when he was in the box with us right at the beginning of the race. He was absolutely right. Mitigate mistakes is how to win Le Mans, and I don't know, I'm with Tom Christensen on how to win Le Mans generally.
I couldn't believe, watching the highlights from last year, that every single hypercar had some kind of an issue in last year's 24 hours as Zach Brown heads down to Toyota.
I wonder if this is a discussion about the moment we had a few moments ago between the 8 Toyota and the United Autosports McLaren down in the Ford chicane. It looked relatively discursive down there, didn't it, between Zach Brown, who of course co-owns that team at United Autosports with Richard Dean. So could be just a check-in visit for Mr. Brown down there at Toyota. Could be a little chat about what went on between their cars on the track.
It's lovely to see the Lamborghini at pace and right in the thick of things. The 62 car just ahead of Earl Bamber here. 63, sorry, has only done one race. It's only 24 hours. They only had one chassis up until so they then got brought back to Europe to do the rest. You can see it hasn't done any more IMSA, but it's done with the 19. Now we've got 2 chassis. We've got the 19 and the 63 out there, and the 63 is up in 8th position at the moment.
Yeah, it's lovely to have Lamborghini in hypercars. It's a big part of it. Right now, though, it's still Ferrari that are leading. So we're just looking at some of the data on board with Earl Bamber, the Cadillac Racing machine, car number 2. He's currently running in 9th position.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it was one of a gaggle of cars. We had a full course yellow a little while back. The number 2 Caddy, the 35 Alpine, and the Peugeot 93 of the hypercars took half stint fuel stop underneath that FCY. It's obviously a cheaper stop. Everybody else on track while you take it. But it's interesting to see how that's going to play out for them. They're going to bring Bamber in this time and then throw Alex Palou.
Double IndyCar champion, but it's first time he's actually here at Le Mans. It's going to be fascinating to see how he gets on, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been loving the experience. Saw an interview with him earlier on in the week, and he said, I just cannot believe I'm here. He's done so many great motorsport events, Alex Palou, and picked up by that Chip Ganassi Enterprise to come and jump in a hypercar. It's so difficult for drivers who join this series when they're alongside full-time teammates. But when they're champions and when they're winners in other series, they're so used to leading from the front in the teams, dominating their environment, because that's what they do, and that's how they end up picking up the trophies at the end of the day. All of a sudden, they're having to play third fiddle to 2 sports car drivers who are in the car for the rest of the year. And it's a really tricky climb down sometimes for great drivers to manage that process.
I understand what you're saying, but it's also really great that you see, not only him, but Scott Dixon, in another of the Cadillacs, in another of Chip Ganassi, multi-champion in IndyCar, still doing it. And actually, I think they're racing last weekend and next weekend, aren't they, in IndyCar, with Le Mans in the middle. I find it amazing that they're actually doing this.
And it's wild and humbling how quickly those great drivers get up to speed in these cars as well. Just when you thought you knew everything, prototype car, and 2 or 3 stints someone with a really big name proves why they've got it in a prototype
seconds. So Ferrari running 1-2 at the moment. Then the Porsche Penske car being driven at the moment by Matt Campbell. Then a Toyota. So 2 Ferraris, a Porsche, Toyota. The Ferraris, they've got another car up there, obviously in 5th position. Another Porsche, that's the Hertz Team Toyota. Another Toyota. So it really is, I was thinking coming into this, Ferrari, Porsche and Toyota would all be strong, and that's certainly the way that it's looking right now. But we'll just have to see how it continues as we're seeing a bit more action from the pits. What we heard is that Alex Palou is going to be taking over that number 2 car in just a few moments to come out for the first time this weekend in the race. So it's all getting pretty tight down here. We're on board with Maria Lopez at the moment in the Toyota, trying to put a bit of pressure.
Paulu's a lap down, it's not part of that
yes,
battle.
I thought, just wondering whether it was part of that.
Yeah, because Verne is 1993 and Duval is 20th in the 94. Unless something massively changes, it's not going to be the historic performance we saw from Peugeot last year.
Just to remind you, on Eurosport Tour de France coming up, and don't miss a stage on Discovery Plus as well. So fantastic to see the Tour de France coming up, and another big part of racing. Maybe
Shows not for position.
Not for position, yeah.
It's crazy to see. Battling, isn't it? Changed the chassis and rebuilt the car before the race had even begun. Lopez in the 7 might not have been in the race. Had got the late call up from Toyota. So 2 drivers who are kind of shocked to potentially, if you like, going side by side then down to Indianapolis.
Yeah, nice close battle. This is fun to watch, no doubt about it. And yeah, it is good stuff, holding on at the moment, but we shall see how that goes. Jose Maria Lopez doing well. I just wanted to have a look at that energy tank thing that we're looking at there.
It shows how different strategies are playing out at the moment, doesn't it? We've got the 50 coming in, or in the pits right now. The 5 will need to come into the pits.
The lead is pitting now.
63 will be due a pit stop, but then quite a few others have got a couple of laps in hand. And it's a virtual energy tank because it considers the electrical energy as well as the fuel as the Ferrari comes in. And a little fact on the fuel is last year Total Energies, who supply the fuel to all the cars, developed a sustainable fuel, a biofuel, using the waste of wine production, which is just perfect for France, isn't it? So all these cars are powered on the wine production, which is the solids that are left behind.
Good stuff. But that energy, those energy graphics are all as we go through this race, particularly as we get down to the later stages, the early stage, it really some more potentials, because later on, you've got managing to get through without a pit stop.
Absolutely, and these strategies are being built now. So what you've effectively got are the Brave Brigade out front, the 83, the 5 and the 50, who didn't pit and didn't take the wet tyre in the last dump of rain, and then falling back through the strategies, everybody else subtly off sequence. But those 3 leading cars, with the benefit of that, definitely off sequence with the rest. But that energy store, if you like, for the cars, it's across all of the classes, by the way. They have an amount of energy in both hybrid energy and in fuel, of course, that they can use over the stint. When it's depleted, they must pit. Even if you've got fuel left in the car, even if you could have continued, once you've depleted that energy, if you do not pit, you get a penalty, and it's a relatively serious one. So that is the nature of the state of play. And as we watch the race play out and move through to the second phase of it, where we start looking backwards from the end, who's got what and where as we count back in 12-lap increments from the end of this great motor race will be a factor.
The reality of 2 extra stops because of that reacting to the rain, or not reacting to the rain, is nearly 2 minutes. The 83 car, 2 minutes less stationary in the pits than, for instance, the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre, who's down in 10th position. The gap's larger, actually, than that for those 2 cars right now, but it just shows how much time you lose by having to make those 2 stops. And of course, then you're on the wrong tyre at the wrong time as well.
Interestingly enough, in LMP2, talking about those stops, one of the only cars that didn't, I believe the only car that didn't stop the wets is the Vector Sport. Ryan Cullen currently behind the wheel. A great call from James Goodfield on the Vector Sport pit wall there, and gave them a significant buffer at the moment from the rest of the field. So 29 seconds clear at the moment of the Cool Racing sitting in second position in that class. So a lovely lead at the moment from Vector Sport, which came through those pit stop cycles.
So race leader in for another pit stop cycle, as you say. So this is a straightforward one. We do have yellow flag out on track. So
at the first corner.
Yeah, so maybe that's going to. We haven't found out exactly what's causing that just yet, but there is a yellow flag out on track. We just see. Also, just noticed that Linus told us that the number 50 car, the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, had fastest sectors than anyone on their inlet on his inlet. So it shows that Ferrari has definitely got some very, very good racing. So this one has as well. The Ferrari has been a very strong car this year. It's taken the wins in World Tour, but as we know, been here on this one, but Ferrari won here at Le Mans last year. I still think they've got a battle on their hands over Porsche in particular.
It was outstanding pace and speed that Ferrari showed last year when you look back through the data. The thing was best part of the whole race last year outside of the weather conditions that we had, etc. Not so this year. They're under much more pressure across all of the cars. To be in the AM Corsa entry, the 83 jumping in has just been in and out of the pit lane.
It's interesting now we have a Toyota leading for the first time in this race because of the pit stops that are going on. It is now Brendan Hartley who is now leading the race, and as you can see from that, it's jumped up 10 places, and the other Toyota has jumped up 19 places. Remember, the other Toyota that Kamui Kobayashi crashed went off on in qualifying, started right down at the very back, the 23rd place for the hypercars. A huge number of places. So as I mentioned, Toyota, they are making up some great ground at the moment.
Yeah, outstanding number of hypercar manufacturers who've led the race so far. 5-litre V8. Howls away behind us. We've had a Lambo off.
Yeah, that's the number 63 car that's gone off. And so that's Daniel Kvyat, actually.
Is that out the pits? Is that directly out the pits on cold tyres?
It may well be.
Interestingly, that Lamborghini has a soft compound tyre I saw as he was spinning across the front axle and the medium compound across the rear.
Really?
So we've talked about them potentially running 2 different compounds of tyre across the 2 axles there to try to find a balance, but I wonder if they've caught him out there with the soft compound picking up grip quicker than the medium compound at this stage of the race.
We were supervising Nick Tandy in the number 4 car right to the shop. He'd done 2 pit stops, 2 consecutive laps. They had to do they did 1 lap, back into the pits to serve the drive-through, and now 14th position. Any little mistake is costing dear right now, such is the field strength that we have here at Le Mans this year.
Well, this is fantastic once again. Miguel Molina trying to get past Matt Campbell. Ferrari versus the Porsche. Ferrari goes to the outside, number 50, and I think he's going to make the move. Yes, he does. So we're seeing this as a constant battle, and of course, Ferrari versus Porsche is always a great story, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Miguel Molina, after taking that what looks to be a tyre stop last time through the field once more, demonstrating the pace they've had since the beginning of the race. It's definitely building as a three-way battle in terms of race pace at the front. Cadillac in terms of total pace with all 3 of their entries, both Chip Ganassi entries and indeed the 311, the Action Express car, have just not quite been able to of the Ferraris and the Porsches, especially the works Porsches out front. But this 3-way battle shows no sign of abating. 50 car then
that's under pressure.
And with Cadillac, you can't even really blame that weather that came in, because one of the cars did react. They split strategy so that the three stayed out and the two reacted to the rain, and both of them outside the top 10 at the moment. Of course, we do have different strategies playing out right now with different pit stops at different moments. I can confirm that was the out corner for Danny Kvyat in that Lamborghini. Straight out.
Turned it in, and Sanchez into Le Mans, taking over from Mirko Bortolotti. Down in the Lamborghini pits, finally Lamborghini.
Not a Le Mans rookie. Did one race here at Le Mans. There is Danny Kvyat. Is that Danny Kvyat again? No, it's not the other one. The other one with the kiss at Tetra Rouge. So that was also out of the pits. Matteo Cairoli. We go right on board with him. So both Lamborghinis on outlaps, super struggling.
Yeah, it looks absolutely evil, doesn't it, for them at the moment with Lamborghini, and really struggling to get those cars sorted out. I wonder if they've gone for the same tyres. There you go, look. Soft front tyre, medium rear, and I don't think anybody else is going to be going for that for a few laps.
Why was that dashboard saying fuel?
Probably telling him to fuel reset, I would expect him to be.
So it's not actually measuring it as such.
The car measures it based around how far it's gone, so you have to reset it every time.
Yeah, okay. Toyota leading by 8.4 seconds right now, with the second car, the number 7 car, in third position. Two Ferraris, second, the 51 and the 83. Now, why has the 83 dropped down to 4th position? That had a 1 minute lead over the sister car. It may well just simply be the way that the strategy is falling right now, because everything else looks okay, but especially the GT3 class, actually, with their ABS braking system, of course, available to drivers in those cars, and can still be there when you're making your way down into the slower corners. A little bit of a welcome to Le Mans mistake then for Alex Palou in that caddy. Oh no! Off on the exit of Tetra Rouge, and contact with the barrier for the number 3 caddy, René van der Zande, in that car, and then is damage to the rear left quarter.
Oh, he's just lost the rear, as so many do, over the undulation on the exit of the Forest S, and you can get away with that one. It's so often a glancing blow as the car goes down the barrier there, but it can do significant damage, so we'll have to watch that car very, very closely for the next couple of laps. Renger van der Zande, it's a very slow first sector for him, of course, with that mistake.
and they're allowed to flow a specific rate. It's car by car. There are even docking tolerances in comparison to the difficulty of docking the fuel rig on each car. Some cars get 2/10 extra or 2/10 off their fuel time if it's considered a difficult docking parameter. And that all the fact to try to balance the different cars throughout the race here. ACO very, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, who operate this event along with the FIA, very happy with how they've put the balance of performance together for this year's. Specifically happy, I think it must be said, with how they put the balance of performance together for this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I do think it's showing in the way the race is playing out there.
Across all categories that are affected by BOP, both the GT3s and the hypercars. Alex Jakes is back at the top. Alex, isn't it wonderful to see the sun shining here, the snow is outside? It's created that orange glow. We're at 7:30 local time. So it's a good 2 hours before the sun goes down, but we're starting to see little shadows.
Yeah, this magical time of day, as we see the number 3 caddy back in the pits after a dramatic few moments, and that didn't have much margin to play with. Looking over their shoulders, those closing in now. And when they release it, I mean, it's trouble for them if you consider that at the start of this race they were very much in contention in the opening stages, so frustration there. Okay, we have 15 ex-Formula 1 drivers in this race, the Grand Prix of Endurance, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Romain Grosjean is one of them. Let's check in with him now.
Romain Grosjean, first time since 2010, right? Driving at Le Mans, a triple stint just out of the car. How was it? How exciting was it?
It was fun. It was fun. I got lucky with the weather. I stayed around for the stint, so that was great. I got caught by a few track limits. There's one thing that I love in the US is that we don't have track limits, so I kind of lost that a little bit. But apart from that, we had a couple of small issues on the car. But then at the end, I finally got some confidence and I was able to push and do some really good lap time at the end of the triple stint. So that's great. My teammate just spun on cold tires right now, so that's gonna be tonight. It's gonna be awful, but we know it and we have to try to deal with it. But generally, I'm happy with so far all the strategy call and all the caveats.
Thanks a lot, Romain. Thank you.
2010 it was that Romain Grosjean drove a Ford GT1. And it wasn't quite on that, I'm sure. It was a very privateer effort. Mach 1 racing. He's 55 years. He is not right. He was awesome.
Absolutely awesome in the GT1. Straight out of the box.
One flag, one more left to go.
That stop that we just saw wasn't as a result of the incident that we saw for him. Interesting differential in the tyre compounds being used at this stage of the race. Ferrari then still on that medium. If you've not been following endurance racing throughout this year, the medium compound tyre is yellow in its sidewall. The soft compound tyre is white in its sidewall. You can see them as they're rotating. It gives us a really good feel for the tyres that the various teams are using. I think this puts Ferrari in really good shape. They're still on the medium compound tyre here. Gives them somewhere to go later on when it does get cold and dark and difficult and rainy and miserable in the night. They're going to have a softer tyre to play with that they can get energy into.
The number 6, the leader of the race, the pole sitter at the start of this one. For the rain tyres. The rain did not last that long. They lost their chance to contend at front and 19 hours. Easily changed round. Slow zones with yet to have a full safety car. As we approach this stage of the you can see rejoining the racetrack and tiptoeing out, trying to generate some tyre temperature.
6 Porsche. Okay, plenty to be resolved here as we look at the leading 83. Gain that track position by staying out on the slick tyres, and it has an advantage of 11 seconds as it continues around this historic racetrack. More to come in a few moments' time.
It is only 11 seconds. It was a minute. So they really have, over the last, 10-15 minutes, lost a lot of ground to the 50. Although, Miguel's halfway through his stint, and Yiffy is only, so they're on the similar strategy. So that really is a massive change.
Yeah, they're the two Ferraris. Only the 51 took wet tyres. So they're the two Ferraris which did not take wet tyres. We see the 6 then clearing the Action Express Cadillac, the 6 Penske Porsche that led the race early on. And this is still in the hands of Kevin Estre. I believe that it is the number 6. Yes,
it is
still in the hands of pole sitter Kevin Estre. A Formula 2 champion takes to the Circuit de la Sarthe. The driver was expecting to be here in an LMP2 car with Vector Sport, then got the call up to drive for the and took the hypercar role, left the space built, but getting his first laps in, Felipe Drugovich.
So the reason why didn't take tyres, he didn't need to take tyres, but he'd taken tyres on his previous stint, whereas Yiffy, because Schwartzman had tripled his softs, Yi took mediums, and therefore it was a longer pit stop. So that's where the difference, the gap has disappeared from since we last checked in.
All right,
so close.
checkered flag.
Down through the apex of Indy
Okay,
there,
we'll get him
between
next time.
Estre and Drugovich. He's not giving it up, is he? He fancies all of it in that Cadillac machine. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the man who was on pole earlier on in the weekend. Bit of side-by-side through Indianapolis. I think it's just to keep you awake as you're heading then into the nighttime hours. And I've got to tell you guys, sun getting a little bit lower, and anybody who hasn't ripped the tear off from when there was a load of oil around earlier on in the race is going to start struggling for visibility as it gets lower in the sky.
Felipe Drugovich, superbly dominant Formula 2 champion, one of the most dominant champions we've had in that series, whether it be known as...
Let's keep pushing code to 0 and
as we have bringing out a yellow flag.
If you stray too far from the car, you can't restart as a driver.
We're back at Le Mans, where Ferdinand Habsburg has pulled to the side of the road, immediately exited the car behind the barrier, bringing out the yellow flag and smashed out the back of the car. Tells you why he was leaping clear. 25 Alpine's day looks to be done.
Yeah, that is a big engine inquiry for Ferdinand Habsburg, returning from into that car. But disaster then for Alpine, the 35 car at this stage, and skating within shooting distance of him with his helmet on. Continue, but that looks well like a racing car that is going nowhere.
It's a shame for Alpine who are based just outside the circuit here. And so much effort across the French media with this race being in France. Lots of interest. Alpine are very good at activating anything that they do in the worlds of motorsport. Thrown so much at it. We still do have a second car though, and that second car has been slightly favoured of the two, sitting at the moment at 36th and 15th position. Should be a quite easy grab here.
Yes, it sounds broken.
It doesn't sound dead though. It does now.
Yeah, he's switched that off, but very, very, very sick, isn't it? And when the smoke is not blanket white and comes out of the exhausts, you know that there's oil mixing with cylinder, and that it's goodbye. Interestingly enough, for Habsburg there, did you note the Kurz jump out of the side of the car, 2 feet off the side pod, and then 2 feet on the floor? So that might give you an idea and a feeling for the nature potentially of the incident for Habsburg.
The car should show a light to say whether it's safe or not, and if it's not safe and it's showing no lights or a red light, then the marshals have to do a special grab, and it didn't look like there was any particular equipment going on there. So I would say electrically that car was safe and will be easily and more conventionally taken away from the circuit.
There is an area at Le Mans. Oh,
there has to be now.
Big swing. It is genuinely known as Area 51, where they recover cars which are not Kurz safe too. It's sort of given to the team managers in the team manager briefing, and all of those cars which are not Kurz safe, which are out of the race, get placed in that area, and then basically the team come over with big rubber gloves and sort it out.
Exists in Formula E, exists in the World Rallycross Championship. Anything with electrical power has the same protocols thanks to the FIA, and almost the same equipment to recover a car which is not electrically safe. That one is, and it's being grabbed, and we should go back to full green racing very shortly.
Yeah, there is a nice slot behind the barrier there that they should be able to tuck that car into. 24 LMP2 car in the pits, the Nielsen Racing, last year's winner Fabio Scherer, one of last year's winners in LMP2. Fabio Scherer is behind the wheel of that machine and bringing it onto pit road as they recover the 35 Alpine.
Not too much traffic on the outskirts of the Circuit de la Sarre. A quick look at the Lamborghini going through that slow zone. You can gain a little bit of an advantage depending on how you attack the slow zone and leave the slow zone. We certainly, with gentlemen bronze drivers, they can be much more cautious.
It's a huge amount of time, and in fact, it takes over the lap in terms of whether you're going generally fast or slowly in comparison to your competition. In motorsport, we always bias the slowest section of any complex or any lap. So when you're going at slow zone velocity, the braking down to that and then the acceleration up from that, being good on the full course yellow button, which all of these cars will have, is sometimes when there is a long slow zone out on the racetrack, as important or more important than connecting all of the apexes nicely, because you are going so slowly through that phase of the circuit.
You may remember last year we had 2 or 3 incidents entering slow zones where some cars slowed faster than others. This year, a slightly tweaked regulation. There is a board that is now shown, well, it was shown before, next slow, which means the next zone is the slow zone. But now you cannot overtake after the next slow board. You can still be above the 80 kilometers an hour, but you cannot overtake a car in front. So in theory, creating a bit more of a margin.
Very smart Ferrari nose change for the number 155 Spirit of Race Ferrari. Much aplomb, that particular nose section actually in GT3 racing, because it changes all of the ducting that goes with it all in one fell swoop. So that is has received plaudits from the technically minded in the world of endurance racing. Less plaudits from the financially minded, because I suspect they're relatively expensive with that much carbon fibre going on with the car. Christian Reed, team principal of Proton Racing, and dad this weekend of racing driver Jonas Reed, who of course will drive their LMP2 car.
First year that Christian hasn't raced. He was racing last year, wasn't he? So first year for a good 15 years that he hasn't raced here at Le Mans, but has a lot of work to do with cars, obviously, in the main category, in the hypercar, in LMP2, and also in GT3. So much like AF Corsa, probably Proton bigger this year than AF Corsa, and usually they're the most amount of cars in one garage.
Yeah, it must be an Omni problem, mustn't it? Running that many racing cars out of the garage. They've already had an issue, unfortunately, with their Porsche hypercar for Proton competition. And Lauer pushed into the garage very early on in the race.
Are we going to witness a move from young Jonas? I don't think we are. Jumping on board with Kai Rowley, who's managed to get the 19 car going again after having an issue. Still on that split compound of tyre, but struggling along, aren't they, the Lamborghinis at this phase of the race, with Iron Lynx sitting in 13th and 17th in class respectively. It's looked a bit difficult to drive, I must say, throughout this year, particularly over the rear axle. A lot of hopping and bouncing going on, and when you lose that nice smooth ride and get the inertia of a prototype racing car going in the wrong direction, because there is so much inertia in a prototype racing car of over a ton, it gets really tricky to grab it back.
And that's a battle for 17th position as well. Jean-Eric Verne, haven't spoken too much about Peugeot or Jean-Eric, but he has the inside line into Mulsanne and makes that move nice and easily. It really has been a bit of a sorry time for Peugeot Total Energies. 17th and 19th at the moment. Not a weekend to shout about. The car was so specifically designed for Le Mans in its first iteration. It was so bad everywhere else, but it wasn't too bad last year here. Now it's more conventional and seems to be struggling more.
Yeah, first time they're looking over a rear wing in the rear view of the Mulsanne this year. They, of course, made the technical change, used a technical joker on that design, which is where you effectively go to the powers that be in endurance racing. They get one of them in this homologation cycle, and go to the powers that be in endurance racing, go, we'd like to change our car. They granted that. Peugeot changed their aerodynamic concept. Previously, that car had no rear wing and operated with massive Venturi tunnels to try to generate the downforce that they were looking for. But you must admit, they're still not quite with the pace here, are they, Peugeot? They've not got the car underneath them. It's a different tyre size on that car to the rest of the field as well, to make those big Venturi tunnels for the initial design work. They've got themselves caught up between design concepts, I feel, a little bit, and in a bit of trouble in terms of their ultimate speed.
And Alex, as we spoke about a little bit off camera, as it were, Linda Jackson, the CEO of the group, is always a bit of a realist, I suppose. She was responsible for firing Sebastian Loeb after Loeb had won 9 World Rally Championships for Citroën and decided to get rid of him out of the group. But they've got Carlos Tavares, who is also responsible, who is a massive motorsport nut, and so there's a real difference of opinion when it comes to going racing or winning.
Yes. Thanks for that pass across the box, Ben. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, this is the great upside of this golden era that we're in.
Got to have one that loses.
You're going to have a manufacturer that's got to go back to the board and explain why it's not going to plan. You go back to the original design of the car last year. They went very bold without that rear wing design. They've changed it to a more traditional concept. They have not closed up, and of course they've given everyone else a year with their concepts, a year's worth of data. That new car introduced at Imola, and that new car not yet performing how they would like to. Last time they won this race, 2009, Bruno Famin at the helm there, the driver, the principal I should say, who's now trying to turn things around at Alpine in Formula One. We got a great look a few moments ago at Alex Palau, the driver who is a two-time IndyCar champion, enjoying himself around this circuit for the first time and putting a move on the number 6 Porsche Penske. The driver who found themselves very much in contention, that number 6 car. Timing of the rain earlier on has given us our current complexion of the field, with the 83, the unfancied privateer Ferrari, where they were talking all week long about not being able to find a setup. Sprinkling of rain, amazing what it can do to your race. They're currently 14 seconds ahead of the Works Ferrari, the 50 in second place. We have a yellow flag at Marshall's post 32. That is
Porsche
in
curves.
the Porsche curves where we are, and we can see a car off in the background there. We only got a flash of it. I'm sure we'll return there in a few seconds. There you go. It's the Iron Dames. The Iron Dames entry, the 85, and see if they've got any forward momentum. Doesn't look good at the moment. Sarah Bovey behind the wheel.
85, sitting in third place in LMGT3, and that's a big moment for Sarah Bovey because you don't have a small one there in the middle of the Porsche curves. And I don't know how far, I couldn't tell from the skid marks on the road, how far that car had run backwards. Those GT3 cars really do not like to run backwards. So many systems on them connected to the wheel speed sensors and other sensors. We're hearing on the timing screens that she's been able to get that car back up and running again. But a really scary moment I'm sure we'll see in a minute for Sarah Bovey.
They're highly fancied though, aren't they, Iron Dames this year? Driving a Porsche in ELMS, they've taken victories there, but they're in a Lamborghini in WEC here, thanks to their association with Iron Lynx and the Lamborghini association that Iron Lynx and Prema have, both in Hypercar and in GT3.
Sure are. Without, of course, Dorian Pat, who is out this weekend as a result of injury, and we wish her absolutely the best. That Iron Dames machine back into the pit lane. Sarah Bovey making her way back into the pit lane. They'll have a bit of a look at that car, I think. And these mechanics are not allowed to operate that you see moving around the car, are not allowed to operate in terms of the tyre change, but they're allowed to do sort of miscellaneous tasks, and they're definitely allowed to look at it and figure out what's gone wrong. And let's see what has... Oh, there's contact with a prototype there, trying to use the outside lane in the long right-hander of the Porsche curves, and it must be that Penske Porsche. Which Penske Porsche is that that's made its way through past the Iron Dames 85 with the contact?
Well, if race control deem that as naughty, there could be a penalty coming the way of whichever of the three it is. Very similar liveries to both the 6, 5 and 4.
Yeah, we catch it in a blur, don't we, just at the end of that replay there. And I think, yeah, anyway, there was definitely contact there. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any kind of penalty or any kind of discussion about that once the the culprit has been ascertained.
We were on board with the 6 at the time who was battling with the 2, so I don't think it's that. They were just behind the incident. So, process of elimination, I'm going to go with the 4.
Mathieu Jaminet currently behind the wheel of the Porsche Penske. I think you're right, Ben. I think that is the most likely car to be in that part of the racetrack, and race control will be reviewing that moment. And drive-through penalty for cars 7, 11 and 66.
So it's the Toyota, the main caller there, Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 Toyota will be picking up a drive-through penalty. The 11 is the Isotta Buscini machine, and that's well out of the running at this stage. But the number 7 Toyota that's been making excellent progress, and I've been tracking their lap times over the last few laps, guys. Both Brendan Hartley and Lopez have been really homing in on that leading trio, but that will be a setback for the number 7.
Out front, Yi Yiffy is behind the wheel of the number 83. And the AF Corsa, the independent entry, continues to lead the way, as they have done through this chapter of the race. This story is going to continue. It's going to run and run and run. But we will take a look at whether that was penalty worthy a few seconds ago.
Just clicked over. 19 hours to go. We're in the 18s as the 36 Alpine, the sole remaining Alpine in the 24 hours of Le Mans, sitting in 16th place, makes its way into the first of the Porsche curves. Here is the Toyota of Lopez. It was a slow zone infringement for the Toyota, so that'll either be going too early or stopping too late, effectively. You can't do that much else wrong in a slow zone, or overlapping with another car, as you were just about to point out quite correctly, Ben.
Which is new to this year, and if you haven't paid attention, an easy rule to slip through the net.
Certainly is. You know, we always used to game that system massively. You'd pull out next to the guy, or you were trying to overtake and try to be faster on the button. Endless. I had a sort of 2-hour battle with Jean-Eric Verne where he kept on doing it to me all night in LMP2 in one of the teams somewhere. They all blend into one after a while. But we used to game that system so much. They're now telling the drivers they need to be line astern. Look at this then, on board with the doctor as he still leads LMGT3. This is making his way through lap traffic.
Yeah, 2 fewer stops than the car chasing him behind, but Valentino Rossi for WRT out there, out front. We've got some real fan favourites that have held the lead in this one. We had Robert Kubica earlier on, found himself out front. His teammate Yiffy is there at the moment, but the scenes when this man was signing autographs earlier in the wonderful thing about this event is that you can get up close to all the drivers. The thing is that sometimes those drivers are icons on 2 wheels, and you can see his concentration on 4. Had experience around here last year in a category outside the main race, now part of the whole show, the main event, and he's got an advantage of 1 minute and 19 seconds. Worth saying though, pit stop is going to be surely imminent. He's got 6 stops on the board. Those with the lead right now defined by their response to the weather when it came. Could you survive on the slick tyres? Could you tough it out? If you did, it's got your track position at this stage of the race.
The only time I've seen a reaction to a driver at Le Mans like we saw with Valentino earlier in the week was when Patrick Dempsey came here for the first time. Grey's Anatomy on the first channel in France, and the whole of Le Mans wanted a piece of Patrick Dempsey. He loved it because it was his first time, and he kept coming back for so many years. Part owner, of course, when Proton ran Porsches, but now Proton have moved away from Porsche. We don't see that Dempsey-Proton association any longer. I don't know whether Patrick, therefore, is not here or whether he still decided to come and have a nice time at Porsche.
It was the number 4 Porsche, Chamonix, and the Bovey incident that saw the Iron Dame's car off the road back to the pit lane under investigation. That is not good news for the number 4 Porsche.
Yeah, that's a drive-through penalty for the number 7. That's the Lopez drive-through playing out there, so not a scheduled stop for them as they continue on their way through the race. Drops them back behind the Hertz Team Jota entry of Norman Nato currently, and even further back still, so an issue for them in the 7.
To 24 hours of Le Mans in 2024. The 83 AF Corsa continues to lead. We have 81 laps on the board and a lead of 17 seconds. As a result, we're picking our way through the field, looking at various different gaps, and we are seeing the 3 leading the 38. That's what we're focusing on at the moment. This is Hertz Team Jota, but it's Ferrari out front at the moment. First and second, independent and factory. And let's send it downstairs once again.
I have managed to sneak my way in to the Ferrari garage. Andrea Bertolini joins me now. Andrea, obviously winner of the 2015 Le Mans. The sun is blinding us. It won't be for much longer, I think, as the sun starts to set here at Le Mans. But what a privilege it is to be in this garage. Thank you for showing us around. This is your tour. What are we seeing right now?
This garage is something special for us. It's where we live from already 10 days. But yeah, I will show you something that normally is a top secret. If you follow me, I will show you some part. We can start. Okay, this is the part where all the guys that are looking, monitoring, we are always connected with the radio, of course. But here we have all the locker with the radio for every single guys, engineering, everyone. And then we can go through. Here we start to, where we have the tire. From this here, that is not allowed to have any oven or to warm the tire.
And it's a very cold Le Mans as well. It's going to get colder overnight.
Yeah, it will be tough, really tough, especially you can imagine for the driver, have to be really focused in the out lap. the speed is so high here in Le Mans. And this is where we have our tire ready to go, because we have a different compound. As you see, is a soft, a medium, and yeah.
The wet maybe used later as well.
Wet we have ready here, and then this is another part of our garage where on top we have all the spare parts of the car.
Up here, so but we're not allowed. Is this right?
This the track are full of engineering, but you can imagine that is really, really
top secret.
Top secret.
We can't see anything. And this area here, what are we seeing?
This is one important as well, because we have a really good coffee machine for all the guys and to keep all the mechanic ready to have a best pit stop. But here is top secret. There are something is always top secret here in Le Mans in the garage, but I will show you the garage of 83.
Can I sneak an espresso after this, yes, when the cameras are off? Perfect. Double espresso, of course. It's Ferrari. Okay, we're going to head through to 83 now then, winding our way through the garage.
This here we have the third car, and yeah, this is the garage of 83. We are really happy and proud to have the third car. I can show you just the garage. This is where all our engineering, you see the driver is ready.
Wow, it's fascinating to see so much information that it's put into such a small space in these cramped garages as well. So many people moving in and out and to and from.
Yeah, you know, here in Le Mans, the garages, they are quite small. We have many people involved on all this category, this activity. But yeah, it's tough, but we try to do our best like always.
And Andrea, listen, you've won here. You know what it means to win this magnificent race, one of the greatest in the world. Can you put it into words, what makes it so special?
You know, it's so special that it's difficult to explain. Because believe me that when you are on the top of a podium here with all the people, is something that you will never forget for entire life.
Incredible. Thank you so much for the tour. There is the Ferrari garages.
We can see some late front lockup.
Well, thanks to Laura Winter and Ferrari.
Kevin Estre there, just told he's getting some late front lockups. Why late? Why do they need to know late? Because there's so much management in terms of the regeneration of energy and brake migration, how the brake bias changes through the braking zone to manage in these hypercars. The way the car regenerates energy affects the brake migration, and so you need to know not only which end of the car is locking up, but where in the braking zone it's locking up, for the engineers to be able to help you with not only the brake bias, but also the way the car regenerates energy and the resultant brake migration.
And if you are an electric car driver, which I don't think we have in the commentary box, apart from myself, if your car is fully charged and you put your foot on the brake, the brakes react differently to if your car is half charged, because at the point where your car is half charged, it is trying to recoup energy when you brake. When it's fully charged, it can't do that. And if you've had experience of that in your electric car around the world, you'll know what Alex is talking about, as I do, because I have it quite often. It's very disconcerting.
Correct. And equally, these hypercars have two sets of setups. One for when they're operating under regeneration conditions, one for when they're operating with the battery full, not under regeneration conditions, which of course, at which point, of course, you require the brakes to do more of the braking, because the hybrid system is going to do less of the braking. Add to that the fact, is it an LMDH? Is it an LMH, a Le Mans hypercar, which of course can regenerate energy from the front axle? LMDH regenerates energy from the rear axle, and you find yourself with a plethora of different things for the drivers to change and mess about with. I'm told that there are two approaches to this from the various drivers through the field. Some drivers learn absolutely every single setting and have the car settled at all phases of the braking zone. I'm talking about the guy who told me this, Phil Hansen. He likes to know every single thing about the car. There are some drivers, I give you, for example, Earl Bamber, who I've watched on board leaving it alone and monstering the car. whatever end locks up, they have the ability to deal with it. And that is a big difference in how the drivers are approaching driving this latest iteration of hypercar. Do I want to fettle it and drive it nicely, or do I want to use my car control to overcome the fact I know that one of the ends is going to lock up at some point and I can sort it out?
5 hours and 12 minutes gone of the Le Mans 24-hour race. Delighted to have your company wherever in the world you are watching. We have precisely 2 retirements from the 62 that took the flag. One, the Vista AF Corsa, which was out of this part of the racetrack, locking a brake, heading into the wall, out of the race. The other one, just to confirm what we saw a hint of, but to confirm, problem for the Alpine, the number 35, Ferdinand Habsburg, out of the race, only our 2nd retirement, and that eliminates Chatin and Malaysia as well, his teammates, as our race leader, the number 83, comes to the pit lane with an unexpected race lead, but it's
quite an early stop for Yifei in the number 83, unless our timing data is just catching up with itself.
Got to press refresh.
Thank you for refreshing that, Ben. And we can tell you it's not an early stop. He's done the complete number of 12 laps, absolutely on schedule for the 83 Ferrari. Throw that other guy out who thought it was.
Matt Campbell comes in, by the way, the number 5 directly behind the number 4. Got a drive-through penalty for contact with the Iron Dames car. That was confirmed under investigation when we went to the Ferrari interview. Confirmed that will be a run through the pit lane for the number 4.
You going in?
We were talking about this whilst that interview was going on. A curious situation at Jota with the 38, whereby they've changed driver without changing tyres. So Oliver Rasmussen a couple of stints ago had to pick up a car that had tyres driven by another driver, and then they changed his tyres on the 3rd stint. And now Jenson Button has got into that car, his first appearance at Le Mans this year in the race, and he's taken over the tyres, the medium tyres that Oliver Rasmussen had driven on one stint. That seems not how everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. An old school sports car mentality would be new driver, new tyres. Yeah. Then you know what you've got. I know, though, that Tomoki Takahashi, who will be down there on the pit wall for Jota, will be telling them to get in and get on with it, because they will be working their tyre strategy with the tyre sets they've got through potentially to the end of the race. If you can change over your drivers in those fuel stops and still deliver the optimum tyre strategy and not lose time.
Cars ahead have pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Then you're in the pound seat. So he's going to not want to give up anything. At this stage of the race, he's going to not want to give up anything in terms of the tyre strategy, just because he has different drivers in the car.
Yeah, so he's seeing them as 2 separate things rather than an amalgamation of pit stop and tyre linking together.
And Jota are very much a team-focused enterprise. So you look at it and you say, okay, but I want my set of tyres because I want to give my performance and show everybody what I can do behind the wheel of the car. They'll come straight back to you and go, it's not about you, it's about us. So if you have to take his tyres and they're
Okay, so this will be again 12 laps.
Yeah, if you have to take his tyres and there are an issue with them, that's the nature of the beast. That's part of the game. Get in and get on, as Yifei is told he's going for a full stint yet again.
So I think the reason why this has happened for Jota is that Phil Hansen, clearly due to do a triple, as most people have been doing triples, but had got interrupted by the rain, so then didn't quite get a triple out the way, so came into the pits, took on a set of dry tyres in after 2 hours, then had effectively a quadruple stint. But the tyres didn't do a quadruple stint because they were new, and that's how the whole team has then become offset by the looks of things from the graphics we have.
I think also the cold tyre problem, the cold tyre issue that they have, has locked the tyre strategy in incredibly firmly. So the loss across the stint they need to be sure of when they put a new set of tyres on, and so they can't afford to compromise that, because these drivers and teams now are all making a plan for the night. when it gets colder and they need to know exactly what they're going to do. So it's a very much an endurance team is bigger than the driver who's in the car right now moment.
And I wonder whether cold driver, cold tyre is actually not the best strategy. And cold tyre, once driver is warm, perhaps negates this thing that we saw with Lamborghini, where 2 new drivers, 2 new sets of tyres, and they both put it in the wall on the first lap.
Exactly so. I do think that potentially was a factor of splitting those compounds as well, as we see the AF Corsa LMP2 machine make its way into the pit lane.
Yeah, into the stop. Then the number 183. Just want to highlight in GT3. Valentino Rossi now down to 2nd place, but only by 1.3 seconds. He has made a 7th pit stop for the number 46 entry, and the Manthey Pure Racing entry. Now the number 92 back to the front of that field, only with an advantage of 1.8 seconds. So back on sequence there for Team WRT with Valentino Rossi.
It's got some stiff competition.
And there we go, we're seeing the leader in GT3.
Have been strong throughout the year. Manthey Porsches were incredibly strong in Spa, 1-2 finish for them, and got the fuel strategy particularly absolutely right. We thought the race was going to be between the Iron Dames and the United Autosports McLaren, but then the Porsches came in that race after the long red flag period we had. From seemingly nowhere, the strategic might of WRT playing out. This is how it looks on board for Valentino Rossi as he makes his way down the Hun of the Air one more time.
And the Pure RX Racing Monker, as part of that name of the car, is due to the fact that they got their entry into this race thanks to the Asian Le Mans Series as being champions in GT3. That's a bit wide for Valentino.
We all leant back in the commentary box. That was very wide for Valentino Rossi, who we're now on board with.
And Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler were the 2 that won the Asian Le Mans Series in GT3. To get Pure Racing here, they then partnered with Manthey, who are the Porsche experts, to make sure this car runs very, very strongly. Partner with Alexander Malikin, who is the 3rd driver in that car. He's there, the bronze driver, with a silver and platinum driver. Valentino Rossi holding on to Joel Stern when Joel is a fast silver is very impressive as well.
It really is. Valentino Rossi, as you said earlier, Mr. Jakes, has been here in an event which is not the main event, an event which he probably won behind the wheel of a BMW M4 GT4. And is doing a stellar job as he uses all the road and all of the braking capacity of that BMW GT3 car down towards Mulsanne corner. Really impossibly late, isn't it, for a car of that weight to be bouncing over the bumps. And that's where those ABS systems are so strong. Over the bumps and curbs, you can really feel the car search for traction over all 4 wheels. And you as the driver, yes, some might argue it removes an element of the skill. I would say it's just a different skill of usage of the technology in some way. But it really swallows those bumps and curbs, and you can just hammer the brake pedal as a driver in one of those cars.
And isn't the intention to try and get away from the electronic aids as much as possible with ABS and traction control, so that the pro drivers that get in almost turn everything as down as much as possible? The car is obviously designed to have an element of it. Bronze drivers will lean on it much more than a silver or a gold.
I don't know how much more braking chat they could take. But some cars yes, some cars no. Some ABS systems are great and some others are not.
All right, more to come on the other side of this break. And you're back at Le Mans with Alex Brundle, Ben Constanduris, and a thrilling race in progress with Brendan Hartley now at the front of the field with an advantage of 26.4 seconds. He finds himself in that position, having made 8 pit stops. The EFA currently behind the 83. Is the 83 the unexpected contender at the front of it? Obviously a long way to go, 18 hours and 37 minutes. And we are riding on board with the two-time IndyCar champion, part of the number 2 entry. And Alex Palau fighting his way through. This is on board through Indianapolis corner. We're going to rotate the car to the right-hander of Arnage. Looking down there, Nicolas Lapierre. In the sole remaining Alpine, just 2 retirements in the entirety of the race so far, now at 5 hours and 23 minutes. And refueling going on down there at the number 7. Number 7 been in the wars, had a penalty, drive-through penalty earlier on. Lopez behind the wheel of this car as they check the front. One movable aerodynamic device, but none of them at the front. And the Toyota will be back into the race, the number 8 leading. You were looking at the number 7.
Yeah, the Toyotas over the last sort of stint or so have been absolutely rapid in comparison to the cars in and around their proximity. The number 8 that leads the race, 30.3 last time around, took more.
I prefer to be more close on TC. I didn't really like it when I was a bit more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more, you have less traction. So try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
So management of the rear tyre then for Brendan Hartley, trying to keep the rear tyre surface temperature then under control. So he's saying if you lock the rear, and that'll be feedback potentially then. How long has he been in that? Number 8 Toyota. He's been in for 3 stints. So that sounded awfully like feedback for the next driver to me. Just telling him how to manage the car throughout the stint. If you lock the rear, then it takes away from traction. He'll have seen the progression of a set of tyres over a couple of stints now. He's had a set of soft tyres for the last 2 stints and has done brilliantly well with it. The number 8 now finds its way onto pit road as expected, and will cycle back through the field.
It's a bit mad, isn't it? The Toyota, as we said, all week have been so quiet and yet find themselves at the head of the field as we now cycle through the pit stops. Yes, so we don't really know exactly where they are, but they're right up there.
From the race lead comes the number 8 Toyota. Been swapping it over. This was part of the pit stop sequence, and the AF Corsa goes back. Your feet back into the lead of this one. The number 83 and the independent entry. There we are, in your picture at the moment. Headlights blaring through the first part of the lap. And you can see at the bottom of your picture so much to enjoy on Eurosport this summer. And we have Speedway from Manila coming your way. And can he continue? It's not Manila, it's in Sweden. I've misread that off the card. I'll try and style it out. Let's see how it goes. Either way, the Speedway, it's going to be really intense, and plenty of action coming your way, not just tonight, but the 29th of June as well, we believe, in Poland. Check that out. But of course, are you going to go anywhere else? I don't think you are. Not in the next 18 hours and 33 minutes.
Don't go and check it out right now. Stay with us.
Yeah, there's plenty still to see. It feels like we've had one key intervention which has defined the hypercar class at this stage. That's the number 4. Oh, hello. And goodbye to that part of the car.
Is that a legacy of this incident? Well done, Mr. Director. This incident, of course, with the Iron Dames car earlier on in the race. Now, if that number is not showing, they will have to replace it. It's part of the rules. You have to have a lighted number panel, or a lit number panel on both sides of the car, so the marshals can tell which one's which. They will have to come in and effect a fix on that. Come in has the 51, the 12 and the 6, the 31 car at the same time, by the way. That could easily be a problem for the 4.
A legacy of when timing and storing was just a bunch of people looking at cars going past, writing those numbers down and doing a manual lap chart to keep an idea of who was fast, who was slow, who was winning and who was losing. Not just at Le Mans, but of course across the world of motorsport, until electrical timing came in, and There are various commentators that I know well that until only a couple of years ago used to still do that in Formula One races. Hopefully he's now stopped.
How well do you know him? Is he watching?
Probably, although apparently he's not listening. He's listening somewhere else.
Wow.
Yeah,
Tough crowd.
Imagine that, 24 hours of having to sit there and write a lap chart to keep an eye on who is going to win the race and not.
Imagine such things. We're spoilt with the information that we have in this commentary box. We're spoilt with the view as well, and the talent we can bring your way all the way from now until 18 hours and 32 minutes time. Pit stop sequence in progress, many watching on from the garage. The AF course continuing to lead with Yi Yafi behind the wheel, the third driver of that team getting behind the wheel after Robert Kubica was able to keep the number 50 at bay in mixed conditions, then hand it over to a rookie, Robert Schwartzman, able to keep the pace, and they have an advantage of 19 seconds. We've been talking about how the 83 was able to survive in mixed conditions. That's the same story in LMP2, Vector Sport, now being piloted by Stefan Rakelmi, the number 10 out there. They were able to do the same thing, and Valentino Rossi has retaken the lead in GT3. He is back out front with an advantage of 52 seconds as the pit stop sequence cycles through.
I'll draw your attention, if I may,
Please
to
do.
LMP2, where the number 10 Vector Sport has been pursued and almost caught by the 37 Cool Racing of Lorenzo Fluxa. Stefan Rakelmi behind the wheel of the number 10. 5.7 seconds now the gap at the lead of LMP2 in terms of interval. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out over the next few laps. Fluxa around 6 tenths of a lap quicker last time around than the number 10.
And that is my favourite for LMP2, the 37 Cool Racing machine, because alongside Lorenzo Flusha you have Malte Jakobsen and Ritomo Miata, who all three of them absolute well, nobody really will know the pace of Lorenzo Flusha because he's really not done very much at all.
Or indeed how to pronounce his name.
Well, it is pronounced with an X, so I can't blame you, Alex.
I do apologise to Lorenzo.
James Lorenzo Flusha Cross is his full name.
Yeah. No, I'd lost before I'd begun there, but I could have got the last one right.
Hey,
in any case, he's potentially about to take the lead, so we better learn who he is.
Rapid in Open Formula and Formula 4 only, and obviously therefore a bronze-rated driver, but Cool Racing, Nico Lapierre identifying him as a good person to have as a bronze driver of the team. You are only as good as your weakest link, and their weakest link is really strong.
Now, just a reminder, all professional hypercar class, as we see Dries van Thor snatching a place off Renger van der Zande, I think that was, in the number 3 Cadillac, certainly was. Dries van Thor makes his way through on the way down to Indianapolis. All professional hypercar class. Drivers graded by precious metal throughout the rest of proceedings. So you've got a bronze and or a silver, a gold and a platinum, able to be run if you like in the LMP2 class, and a bronze, a silver and a gold in LMGT3 is the available lineup. That's basically to protect drivers who still want to come to Le Mans for fun, and they still want to be able to get out there on the racetrack with the greats and do this in an amateur way. It's such an important part of the sport. We've got to keep them out there, and that's to basically stop a load of Formula 3 drivers, Formula 2 drivers coming through and snatching all the seats away from the true amateurs that make Le Mans what it is.
And those that have been such a great support in the years where Le Mans perhaps wasn't as strong from the manufacturer point of view. It relied upon private money to keep it going, relied upon GT-AM, it relied upon LMP2 to have those bronze drivers. The problem is that more and more now the bronze drivers are young chargers rather than gentlemen with lots of money, and so for the likes of Lorenzo Flusha, yes, he comes from a wealthy background, but in a couple of years he's going to be a silver, probably a gold, and could even become a works driver and a platinum once he's older than 19.
You know, I'm going to age myself here. I first drove in the World Endurance Championship in 2012, and the grading inflation that I've seen throughout that period in the World Endurance Championship, as this is going to be relatively nice and neat and tidy, but I hope between the two Hertz Team Jota cars changing positions on the Mulsanne straight on the run down to Mulsanne corner.
They'd have a lot of angry people to answer to if it hadn't been neat and tidy. Right, sorry, Alex.
Certainly so, but you know, it used to be, I was just about to do a bit about who you get, what your person in each of those gradings looks like. So the person who's a bronze driver, owns a business, is definitely sort of beyond 30, and definitely does not want to be a professional racing driver. The driver in a silver seat might have a bit of a desire to be a professional driver, might be a young gun, or might be a business owner who's been doing it for a while and is sort of semi-pro pretty fast. Your gold driver is your young professional, on the way up, not yet been picked by an original equipment manufacturer. I am theoretically a gold, scratch the young. Your platinum driver has driven a manufacturer sports car, has been paid by a manufacturer, just like the man we're sitting with now, with a problem, it would appear, for the 36 Alpine. Nico Lapierre back in pit lane. At least I think that was Nico Lapierre's helmet sitting in that car. Mathieu Vaxivière. Could it be engine problems for both Alpines today at Le Mans?
We talked about Bruno Famin earlier on and his success with Peugeot. He is here in his capacity, his association with Alpine. The Alpine engine, having watched trackside, sounds absolutely wonderful, but reliability being the name of the game, this Grand Prix of Endurance, and the second car having had one retire at Arnage Corner, the 36 now mired in the garage. As we go on board with Bennett, the Thai-American driver, piloting the number 11. This car, part of the hypercar class, trying to finish this great race.
And interestingly, what Alex was talking about, driver gradings, this car, even though it's in the hypercar category, does have two silvers alongside Jean Calvinet, who is the professional driver. And that is because it is a very young project. Project ran a little bit light on budget, so therefore they needed budget to be brought to them to get that project underway. They'll have to build a second one of those to be eligible to race next year in the hypercar category, because they need to have two cars per team. But the Isotta Franceschi, bringing back a brand from the 1920s, and Carl Watana Bennett, American Thai driver, who is a silver driver racing in IMSA, and he's alongside his teammate out in America. And then the Jean Calvinet being the gold or the platinum driver in that car. I think he's now a gold, actually.
Yeah, it's Otto Fischini.
Thank you for saying it properly.
It's actually a rather illustrious engineering company behind this chassis, Michelotto, who have done so much for Ferrari behind the scenes with regards to their GTE entries of the past. Number 24 car off the road, Nielsen Racing, David Hannemeyer Hansen aboard, finds the gravel. It has found the gravel at some point as we run through the replays. Door open then for the Panis competition 65 as well. So that so often happens, far too often happens. Those doors have a latching bolt that sits inside the door and then it gets stuck in its mechanism, and the team then have to reach in and get it out. There is a secondary handle in those Orica 07s, and they're pointing it out now as they work with that mechanism. You can see the latching bolt there that's just sticking out of the top of the door. What happens is that latching bolt gets locked inside its own mechanism, and the door remains unlatchable and stays open. But there is a secondary handle that you can pull, I've learned to my cost, higher up inside the car. Let's see if David Hannemeyer Hansen can find it, as we saw the 82 Corvette off the road as well.
Nico Lapierre had done a single lap in that 36 Alpine before having to bring it back into the pits and having the rear bodywork taken off as the Panis car comes now. Is it the Panis car? Yes, it is the Panis car coming in. So that's a real shame.
With the door open, yeah. So they've got a couple of things they could do here. They can take the door off its hinge and put a new door on. They can fiddle with the mechanism to try to fix it. There is one thing they cannot do, which is tape him in. No. You laugh, it's happened to me. They cannot tape him in anymore. Used to be able to, now cannot. And that is all it requires. Just a quick tweak of the latch. You can't reach that from the driver's perspective, but it's so galling when your mechanic just reaches into the door, retracts the little bolt from where it's stuck, the door closes sensibly, and they're trying to fiddle with that now just to get it right. Look, a little bit of WD-40 there on the bolt to help it go in and out of its hole, and they've got more of an issue with that Panis door. Well, let's hope other brands of lubricant are available.
So the attention being given there. There goes the door.
Option 2.
Yeah, a complete replacement rather than just having a look at the latch. Just to give you an idea of where they were in the race, they pitted from 11th position in LMP2. 14 LMP2 cars running in a group. We've had a couple come across a bit of strife so far. Ben Keating had a couple of spins earlier on in the 23. Fred Vesti, the Formula 2 runner-up of last year, driver who was telling me that he was really looking forward to this. Had a conversation, the Canadian Grand Prix, says though that he'd not done over 90 minutes racing on a single day before, so welcome to the Thunderdome. Frederick, hope you're enjoying it out there. Terrific chap and sim driver for Mercedes. There's a lot of time in the simulator. They're adrift of the pack in the 47. Everyone else running nose to tail in class formation. This car 11th in that classification, but still missing a door.
Yeah, they're really struggling then to fit the new door to the latches. It's a relatively long progress. Olivier Panis there standing in the garage and looking rather forlorn. This is time that they absolutely do not need. They will have put a full tank of fuel back in that car, but an out-of-sequence pit stop. As we see the Proton Porsche, which was delayed very early on, or are we just getting a little rush of pit stops? All pretty stuff.
Montage. I love that Porsche, by the way. We haven't seen very much of it, but the FAT sponsored Porsche with a throwback livery, and at a distance it just looks so similar to those Group C cars and the Group C car that it is painted and modelled on. Unfortunately, with door issues both in Spa and now here, they haven't been able to shut the door. Neil Jani was the driver in the car for both, and if you haven't watched the full access programs that WEC put out after each round, they're really quite good. If you're a fan of the Drive to Survive F1 series, similar in concept, but give you, because it's an endurance race, give you a lot of behind the scenes, because there's a lot more hours, and especially Spa, where there was a 2-hour red flag and the race ended up being an 8-hour race rather than a 6. Gave you lots of insight, and the angst that the engineers were feeling because they were trying to brief Neil to how to shut the door, and eventually he managed to do it, but not here. And they've therefore, where are they? They're well off the back of the hypercar field, are they not? Oh, they're back on the back. So